Okay, hello everyone. Thanks for showing up today. We're going to call this meeting to order. Sagebrush Ecosystem Council, about 8:31, I think. First up, again, appreciate everybody showing up. If you do roll call, Kathleen, appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Chris.
Here.
Jake Tibbetts. Here. Kyle Davis. All right. Steve Boyce.
Here.
Bevan Lister.
Yep.
Sherm Swanson.
Here.
Daphne M. Hooper. Matt Johns.
Present virtually.
Awesome. Willie. All right. You got everyone. Well, most everyone.
Okay, thank you. We have a quorum. Appreciate it. I just remind everybody when we speak, hit the white button in front of you so they can get us on the recording. Here's out there. Next up, we have public comment. The call-in number will be read aloud for the public. That number is 888-475-4499. Meeting ID number 859-94344115. Public comment will be made on the matter relevant to the council. Public comments will be taken at the beginning and end of the meeting and may be taken at discretion of the chair on specific agenda items. Public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per person at the discretion of the chair. Comment will not be restricted based on viewpoint. No action will be taken on any matters raised during the public comment period that are not already on the agenda. Persons providing public comment will be asked to begin by stating their name for the record. With that, do we have any public comment here? Mr. Pond, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Doug Busselman. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Nevada Farm Bureau. I would like to address item number 7 on your agenda for today in regard to possible action that you will be taking on the stance that Nevada's plan ought to take regarding BLM disturbance caps. We are here today to urge that you would vote against establishing disturbance caps. We believe that there are already tools in place, including the conservation credit system and requirements that require disturbances to be offset. We maintain that the state's regulation in NAC Chapter 232 provide the framework that should be followed going forward. In addition to our opposition in establishing disturbance caps, we also believe that the Bureau of Land Management should not provide exemptions to man-made disturbances such as massive solar facilities in sage-grouse habitat areas or power lines which wouldn't be covered by Nevada's conservation credit system. The requirements that are incorporated into Nevada's sage-grouse conservation plan should be recognized and followed on an equal basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Anybody else have public comment here in the room? Any public comment online?
If you would like to provide public comment, please raise your hand within your Zoom window or press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, there does not appear to be any public comment at this time.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Next up, item 3, approval of the agenda. I'll just point out early on that item number 8 has been pulled from the, or excuse me, 9 has been pulled from the agenda. And I don't know if there are any other refinements, but Mr. Lister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in my review of the agenda and not sure how it flows, I've got to get, okay, when it's not on the computer, it's harder to find what you're looking for. On item 10, and maybe it's just the way that the material is listed on the website, I would certainly like the presentation on how the verifier system works before we have a discussion on decertification. Does that make any sense?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I think, I don't know if there's, going to be a decertification. This is just getting the procedures in place the way I understand it.
Understood, but like I say, just as long, we have the discussion or the presentation first before we go in there.
Absolutely. I got a lot to learn there too, so. I
Thank
have the
you.
same. Thank you. Anything else about the agenda? If I could get a motion?
With that, I'll move to approve the agenda.
Have a first and second, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Next, we have approval of the minutes. Item 4, minutes from May 30th, 2024, meeting of the council. Comments, questions, corrections, concerns? I had one, I just referenced on an item 7, there's references, time references in the record. And I tried to go on the actual audio recording and I couldn't figure out how those time references related to the audio recording. So maybe take a look at that if you don't mind. And just, I don't think it was at those time frames. Anybody else have anything? Yeah, and I think they summarized, but then rather than summarize, they just referred to the testimony or the questioning at the time, and I tried to find that on the timeline that was on the recording, and it didn't, I wasn't smart enough to figure it out. And Kyle,
If you'd like, Mr. Chairman, I would.
I guess is the rationale that there wasn't a summary provided of what the questioning was? Is that why we did it that way, or it just mentioned who? Whatever you'd like.
Unknown.
Unknown.
I didn't
Okay,
do
we
the
have a
minutes.
motion. Do we have a second? Second from Willie. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? None? And online comes in slower. Okay, the minutes are approved. Thank you very much. Okay. Item 5, council member items and correspondence. I would point out that we did receive correspondence back from our inquiry request regarding cooperating agency status from the gentleman sitting right in front of me, Mr. Raby. That's dated May 28th, 2024. If you've had the chance to review that, we did receive that. So for any future discussions, we have that. At least we've received it addressing probably not our ability to become a cooperating agency based on the BLM's determination or opinion. So if you, I just want to have that for the record, show that that was received. Any other correspondence or member items? Everybody's very talkative this morning. I'm already tired of my own voice. So's my wife, so. You guys can pitch in if you want. Okay, no other member items, correspondence. Okay, with that, we'll go to item number 6, state-owned lands management presentation, possible action. From State Lands, we have Charlie Donahue, NDSL. Thank you, Mr. Donahue.
I guess I thought the whole crew was going to come up here, but
I thought the same thing up here, too, so.
whatever. There are only 3 chairs and 4 presentations. So good morning, Chair McKenzie, members of the council. I know an awful lot of you, but I don't know all of you. My name is Charlie Donahue, and I serve as the administrator for the Division of State Lands. And in that capacity, I also serve as a state land registrar. I understand you're interested in hearing how the state adheres to the goals and objectives of the state's Greater Sage Grouse Conservation Plan as state land is managed throughout the state. I also wanted to use this as an opportunity to clarify some of the comments from your last meeting and the division's responsibilities. Under NRS 321.001, the Division of State Lands has the responsibility of acquiring and disposing of real property or interests in real property, with the exception of the Department of Transportation, the Board of Regents, and the legislature. The division holds these lands in the name of the state. This provision of statute is also called out in that portion of statute that addresses the Sagebrush program, and I just wanted to make that clear. Under NRS 321.003, those lands are then assigned to the appropriate managing agency for the day-to-day management and stewardship of these state assets in most cases. And I say this because NDSL is responsible for the management of urban lots up at Lake Tahoe, authorizing the use of state sovereign lands, and that includes the Truckee, the Carson, the Virgin, the Colorado, as well as Washoe Lake, Lake Tahoe, Walker Lake, and Winnemucca Lake, as well as the third-party use of any state land. In addition, NDSL is also responsible for the remaining school trust lands that are scattered throughout the state. With the help of Sarah Hale, we were able to look into some of the different designations of the habitat. And two of these locations up in Vi and Flanagan in Washoe County are either in close proximity to or adjacent to priority habitat. A 40-acre parcel in Nye is in priority habitat in close proximity to adjacent areas that are characterized as general habitat. A 40-acre parcel in Elko is in general habitat but close to priority habitat. All of these lands are undeveloped with no plans for any development activity because they're remote and they're in a natural state. NDSL has attempted to work with partners to exchange these lands for other lands closer to urban locations where some form of revenue could be generated for the permanent school fund without much success. However, I wanted to impress upon the council that if these lands were ever developed, we would make a commitment to ensure that there is appropriate compliance with the crediting system and the objectives of your program. And with that, Mr. Chair, those are my comments, and I'd be more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Mr. Lister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for coming and sharing that with us. We'll look to the specific agencies on what they're doing on those lands. How about conservation easements? Who holds those, and how are they? Does the state have any conservation easements, and who administers those?
Mr. Chair, Charlie Donahue, Administrator for the Division of State Lands. The state does hold conservation easements, and I can think of 3 cases. The state holds them, but they are held for the benefit of wildlife, and they're managed by NDOW.
Other questions, concerns? Wow, okay, Mr. Donahue, I really appreciate you taking the time. We do, thank you. Next, we have Endow Managed Lands, Mr. Freeze.
Good morning, Chair McKenzie and fellow committee members. Mark Freeze, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. So appreciate Charlie's presentation on kind of the overarching management of state-owned lands. I'm going to do a little more deep dive into Endow managed properties. So Endow manages numerous properties across the state. Most of these are within designated wildlife management areas. The purpose of the management of these properties is primarily wildlife. You can see a map of some of those wildlife management areas. In addition to the wildlife management areas, we also manage non-WMA lands that aren't in our wildlife management area system. We've got about 35,000 acres of those. All these lands we manage aren't owned by NDOW necessarily. We have several agreements with partners, Bureau of Reclamation, Fish and Wildlife Service, others, to manage properties as well. We have about 14 staff and 5 seasonal that makes up our wildlife management area program. And like I mentioned, the purpose is for wildlife primarily and recreation. And so I think the question when it comes to the CCS and is it applicable, generally no. We're not permitting any sort of anthropogenic development on our property. The sole purpose and intent of those lands is for wildlife. A number of other, like I said, recreation and wildlife's our primary, but there's other non-commercial uses, educational, scientific, bird watching, other priorities as well that we incorporate into our management plans. And all these management areas are managed under regulations in NRS, NAC, and commission policy. So just a quick overview of some of the management actions we take. We manage water, we irrigate fields, we seed, we plant seedlings, we farm, we do weed treatments. There's other vegetation management that goes on wildlife management areas, fencing, predator control, grazing, and recreation management. Those are kind of the bigger overarching management features on lands we manage. So I looked at how many of these properties are within sage-grouse priority, and this is a map showing the 2015 data, not the most recent. But we have about 74,000 acres of lands we manage that are within some sort of, or intersect some sort of sage-grouse habitat. And then I just want to walk you through some examples of benefits to sage-grouse on these properties and management actions we take. So I've got a number of projects just to highlight here. We're going to start down at Steptoe Valley and work north and west. So Steptoe Valley Wildlife Management Area Mountain Unit. We have plans right now to go out there and do PJ removal, which I know you're all familiar with. Will certainly benefit the birds, especially near those brood rearing habitats. We have grazing licenses to 3 separate permittees out there. And then most recently, as of yesterday, we worked on a unnamed spring protection project. So this spring protection's brood habitat located in PHMA. It's within 3 miles of Guilford Meadow and Canyon Spring Lex. We removed yesterday 1,920 acres of material, did some spring fence protections, and I've got a couple of photos of that. You can see there is a large amount of debris or trash at that site. We've cleaned that up, fencing, old water development. We've replaced rock structures or wood structures on some of the degraded riparian area to help capture sediment and build up that riparian area. And then we worked on installing a new fence around that spring to better manage that property while providing water outside for wildlife or for livestock and wildlife. This was done in concert with the grazing operators in the area, and they supported this project. Another project is the HD Summit Exclosure Project. This area has several active leks within 4 miles of the property. It's approximately 1,000 acres. The exclosure was coordinated with the grazing operator, and we do manage grazing in that property prescriptively. Another project's on the Bruno River Wildlife Management Area. We worked with Bureau of Land Management to increase the size of the exclosure to 900 acres. This area is about a half a mile from a lek in PHMA. We've done a number of projects in that area, including beaver dam analogs, to help uplift the riparian area, see some of the impacts on the riparian area, better manage grazing, get that buildup of riparian vegetation for that area. And this was done in cooperation with the grazing operators as well. Another portion of the Bruno River WMA, we increased irrigation on the Stoll and Howard Ranch meadows. We started this in 2018. It provides artificial wet meadow habitat for sage-grouse in the surrounding areas. And the Stoll and Howard Ranch is our base property for grazing allotment. So we do work with the livestock operator to permit livestock on the meadows as well as the uplands. And increasing the irrigation and feed on these meadows was actually intended to draw some pressure off of other sensitive areas in the upland. So we are working with the grazing operators to improve both the uplands and meadow habitat in this area. Evans Creek riparian exclosure is on the south face of the snowstorms. This area we acquired, we've fenced around it. It was grazed several times a year. There was some sedimentation issues, so we've shored that up. And we've got a nice riparian area. It's not grazed yet, but we may be prescriptively grazing this into the future. Then the last project I want to highlight is a property in the Montana mountains, Disaster Peak area, recently acquired. This was primarily acquired for LaHont cutthroat trout values, but there's certainly sage-grouse values as well. We're working with the grazing operator in this area. He does some haying operations, livestock grazing, largely manages the property consistent with the values we desire for that property, and certainly a benefit to sage-grouse. So we're going to continue working with that operator and letting him run how he traditionally has in the area, because we see great wildlife values as a result. And then just a few other programs I want to highlight in addition to the properties we own. We have a restoration and rehabilitation program that's active and doing well. Just since 2017 to 2023, we've implemented 644,000 acres of treatments at a cost of nearly $14 million. Many of these treatments certainly benefit sage-grouse, but it's not entirely within sage-grouse habitat. We've implemented nearly 55,000 acres of pinyon juniper removal projects at over $5 million. We've invested in spring and meadow improvements across the state, over 1,900 acres, and a cost of $2.3 million. These projects, restoration projects, certainly benefit sage-grouse, a lot of other wildlife. These aren't necessarily on NDOW managed properties. They're on Bureau of Land Management, other Forest Service, private landowners. Wildlife, as you know, utilizes all properties and doesn't see land ownership. And we certainly are willing to make these investments across the state to benefit all wildlife, including sage-grouse. Our technical review program, we review over 600 documents, whether they're county, BLM, Forest Service projects, providing comments to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to all wildlife, including sage-grouse. And then we have a private lands program, which also helps support technical advising on private lands, brings financial assistance to implement projects on private lands as well. And certainly the Upland Game Management Program that's managed out of Game. They conduct all the monitoring across the state, sage-grouse let counts, brood counts, all the population monitoring. They fund much research when it comes to sage-grouse that certainly helps us manage the lands and understand the populations better. And with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Freeze. Sherm, I see your hand first.
Thank you, Mark. Interesting. What a scope and scale. I was pleased to see that you are using grazing as a tool. I think that's useful for in many ways, but it also requires management. You mentioned that. I'm curious, are you using the integrated riparian management process that we teach in our PFC classes these days?
Thank you for the question, Mark Freeze, Habitat Division Administrator. I would say we're not using it specifically, but I think some of the tools out of that, yes, are applicable.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, Steve.
Yeah, Mark, just a comment that as a livestock operator, we do appreciate you working with the local livestock people and the permittees in the area. And that hasn't always been the case, and we do appreciate that effort. And I think in the long run, through proper grazing, we can both be a win-win in these areas. Thank you.
Kyle. White one, bottom. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm just it's kind of following on Steve's question, but my interest was piqued with your disaster peak slide. So if I'm understanding this correctly, Endow owns that base property, that base ranch, and then you still, I guess, have a grazing operation there. Do you also, I guess, kind of manage, are there associated allotments, and do you manage those as well, or your permittee manages those?
Thank you for the question. I don't know that much about this recent acquisition as I wasn't involved, so maybe Director Janae can help me out with that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Kyle. And so that acquisition is a little bit convoluted because 80% of that property exists in Oregon. And so it was an opportunity where a conservation organization acquired that property and then asked if the states would be interested, as far as state wildlife agencies. And so Nevada, we said, yes, absolutely. We brought together some Section 6 recovery fund dollars and some other funding and purchased that. And the way the operation is being run, it's being run out of the same headquarters in Oregon, with an associated permits on public lands, with that being the base property. And so we're fine. The history of the ranch, the reason that the whole property looks the way it does is because of its historic grazing practices. And it's a great sage grouse property. It's a great lawn and cutthroat trout property. And so we're comfortable with where that is, but we're also continuing to work with also Oregon, but we're monitoring that property to make sure that those values are maintained.
Thanks. That's why I'm interested. I'm very familiar with the Oregon property. So yeah, I'll be interested to learn more about it, but thank you.
Jake?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. What's the status on the Shell Range purchase of properties? Is there an update on that? Shell Creek.
Mark Freeze, Habitat Division Administrator. Are you referring to the Blue Diamond properties?
The properties owned by Southern Nevada Water Authority. They're being acquired by Endow.
Mark Freeze, Habitat Division Administrator, for the record. Those decisions have not been made. I don't believe Southern Nevada Water Authority has met as a board and voted on this yet. So that's the status as I know it.
Bevan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate the information, and that's something that I've been looking for a while. A couple of questions. First off, and I don't know why it's caught my mind this morning, but the conservation easements thing. Are any of those included in what you just presented, or were those all deeded properties? Or, well, am I phrasing that correctly? Are they, what you presented on, are they Endow owned properties, or are some of the conservation easements included in that?
Mark Freeze, Habitat Division Administrator, for the record. The conservation easements are not owned by Endow and were not necessarily included in the wildlife management area slide. Conservation easements are owned by a private landowner, which we then work with to work on a management strategy for those properties and help facilitate what management actions will be good for wildlife on those properties, and where we could find agreement, we will play a role in executing a conservation easement. Many of those conservation easements are actually held by third parties, NGOs, and not the department. Does that answer your question?
Sure, very helpful. You know, small minds take a lot of information to try to learn something. So, no, I appreciate that. So, is the management role on those contractual then with the department, or?
Mark Freese, Habitat Division Administrator. Yes, they are contractual. There is they are binding agreements to manage the property a certain way. In return, the private landowner receives compensation for that management aspect. And certainly where we can find those win-wins with private landowners to help protect, improve wildlife habitat values, we're definitely interested.
Okay, thanks for that. And one other, here's the tough one now. Where are you seeing successes? Where have we seen sage-grouse populations benefit from current management strategies?
Mark Freese, Habitat Division Administrator, are you asking specifically on endow properties or just
Yeah.
range-wide?
No, on the endow properties that you, I mean, yeah, just a broad scope on the properties that you're managing.
Thank you for the question. Mark Freese, Habitat Division Administrator. As you can see in that, the mountain properties in Steptoe Valley Wildlife Management Area, right, that was just implemented this week. But because of those improved values, we do expect to see improved brood success on those meadows when they have riparian vegetation that'll help conceal, provide forage. We fully expect that will be improved sage-grouse habitat. Is that a specific example like you're looking for?
Sure. But kind of in general, so some of them you talked about a number of years of actions on some of those sites. Are you seeing benefits? That's the bigger question, I guess.
Yeah, Mark Freese, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. In terms of habitat responses, absolutely. Like that Bruno area property and having that irrigation and improved meadow conditions, absolutely in terms of habitat. I specifically don't have, brood counts or anything to show or demonstrate what it was before and after. But the literature's pretty sound on improved riparian areas and the benefits for sage-grouse. And based upon the habitat values and improvements there, we fully anticipate that it's providing benefits to sage-grouse and other wildlife.
Alan?
Yeah, and if I may just add to that is that, that question goes beyond just improvements to populations, but sustaining populations. And so a lot of times, like a lot of things is we don't own all the property, but we're trying to work on key properties to try to sustain populations. And so in a lot of scenarios, we may see upticks based off of management, but really we're trying to work on those key habitats to make sure that we're trying to provide them to try to sustain populations given the overwhelming decline in habitat condition related to cheatgrass and wildfire across the state. And I would say as far as restoration activities, I would say that we could probably point back to those restoration activities in our historical actions and what we have done to bolster those populations after wildfire recovery.
Yes, sir.
And if I may, Mark Freese, Habitat Division Administrator for the record, some of these properties, when it comes to conservation easements or acquisitions, certainly helps protect against development and the loss of sage-grouse habitat. Some of the Blue Mountain properties, if folks are familiar, were being developed. Desert Creek Conservation Easement properties being developed, and this helps prevent some of the development in these sensitive areas and protects against that to preserve habitat for long term.
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry. Yeah, Willie. I'll get you next. Okay. Yes, Willie.
I probably have an inherent bias, but thanks for your presentation, Mark. It was very concise and it was a nice presentation. It looks to me like you're doing a darn good job, and I'm pleased to see that.
what do you see as your biggest limiting factor between financial versus bandwidth of NDOW? I mean, I know it's always hard finding personnel, but as the money seems to be better nowadays, what's the more limiting factor in terms of management of NDOW-owned lands?
Great question, Mark Fries, Habitat Division Administrator. Those things kind of ebb and flow. Certain points in history, it financially becomes a bigger factor. Other times it's capacity. I'd say today it's capacity, but we're trending towards some financial concerns with federal grants staying the same and the cost of everything going up. But both are an issue, and we could certainly do more with capacity and funding.
I kind of figured that is the answer. I was just curious. Mr. Raby?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take the opportunity and to publicly thank you, Mark, and Director Janae and the entire NDOW staff for the incredible work you all do for post-fire rehabilitation, restoration work on federal lands, and in particular Bureau of Land Management lands. It's an incredible effort, incredible results, and it's through that dedication that I'm always optimistic that we are going to get to a better place for habitat conditions and improved populations. So thank you for that, and again, great presentation.
Alan?
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that, when it comes to rehabilitation efforts, we're not the big dog in this fight. That is BLM, that's Forest Service. Those guys are doing well above beyond what we do, and it is that collective effort, but it's, working hard to try to change the trend. So definitely it's the partnerships, and some of that comes back to the shared stewardship group and the efforts there.
Thanks, Alan. Sheva?
Sheva Gabor, U.S. Forest Service, for the record. I'd like to echo John's comments and Alan's. We've been fortunate to get quite a bit of funding, quite a bit of investments the last few years. NDOW's helped us with a lot of that, and especially around addressing annual invasive grasses, which, as we know, is probably one of our major issues. So we appreciate the added capacity. I would echo Mark's statement that it's never really enough. We need the continued investments, both on the funding side and on the capacity to put the work on the ground. And we're working with NDOW, BLM, Nevada Department of Agriculture, NDF, DCNR to see what we can do about keeping the investments more steady to help NDOW and the other agencies continue the help they're providing to the federal agencies in managing public lands. So thanks, Mark. Great presentation.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. All right, item 6C, State Parks Managed Lands. Janice Keeler, Nevada State Parks.
Good morning, Chair McKenzie, members of the council. My name is Janice Keeler. I'm the Deputy Administrator for the Nevada Division of State Parks. I oversee all of the planning, development, and grant programs for the agency. I'd like to address how our agency is adhering to the conservation credit system. Our mission is to manage and protect natural, cultural, and recreational resources in our state park system. We have 27 state parks, 9 of which have habitat that is suitable for the greater sage grouse. Those include Cave Lake, Echo Canyon, Wild Horse, Spring Valley, Kershaw, Ryan, South Fork, State Recreation Area, Rye Patch, War Charcoal Ovens, and Cathedral Gorge. So of the types of projects we do within our state parks, most of them are not large-scale anthropogenic projects. We typically do small projects such as restroom replacements, trails, maintenance of our facilities, and a lot of those projects are funded with federal funding. So we do go through the NEPA process for our projects, so we are fine with the federal requirements. In addition, anything that would be considered an anthropogenic disturbance, such as a cell tower or power lines or solar fields, that would go against our mission, so that's not something we would even do. And of the 9 state parks with habitats, 8 are encumbered with the Land and Water Conservation Fund. So once it's encumbered with that funding source, we would not be able to do anything inside that park that is not outdoor recreation. So that would include any of these anthropogenic disturbances, or else it would create a conversion. So we wouldn't do any types of projects like that anyway, but if something came up where we would be doing something that would create an anthropogenic disturbance, we would contact the SEC and consult with your council. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Evan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bevan Lister for the record. Thanks so much for that, and thanks for being here. Are there, I mean, you talked a lot about the things that you're not doing on those that have sage-grouse habitats or values on those state parks. Are there specific managements that you're taking that might benefit sage-grouse?
Janice Keeler, Deputy Administrator for State Parks, for the record. As far as management actions that we're taking that would address the protection of the greater sage-grouse, we aren't doing anything specific except for adhering to the NEPA requirements of our federal grant programs.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So I live near some of those state parks, and have seen sage-grouse on them when I was younger. I'm wondering if there are some things that we might do that would better the situation for sage-grouse. But that's probably for a different discussion, a different time. But that's kind of where my thinking was going. Thank you.
Sherm?
Sherm Swanson for the record. The magnificent properties along the Walker River are ones that I think are well worth natural resource management by the state. And my sense of state parks in the past has been that your staffing is mostly focused on the recreational ends of state parks land management. And I'm wondering how you approach the natural resources sort of land management component of that responsibility. It has seemed to me in the past that it has been difficult to have natural resource management trained personnel available to engage in serious discussions about those rivers and those lands. And I'm wondering just what is the general approach of the agency toward that end?
Janice Keeler, Deputy Administrator for the record. Thanks for your question. I think if you want to specifically talk about the Walker River State Recreation Area, we do have conservation staff specialist positions there. They have been vacant for quite a while, so we are in the process of getting those hired. Those would be the positions that would be the liaison with natural resource agencies to discuss any kind of projects, programs that we want to hold regarding, the wildlife and the natural resources that exist at the park. So I think generally, state parks, we don't staff biologists, and we have a lot of vacancies in some of our parks, which restrict our ability to do some of those extra programming, which we would like to. But I think it's our goal to move towards doing some more natural resource programming, and we are asking for quite a few positions in this next biennium. So with those, I'm hoping we do get some that we can make some improvements.
Sherm Swanson for the record. Thank you for that. I'm glad you're trying. I hope you're successful in getting the funding you need to do that, because some of those, not only those along the Walker River, but some of the other lands across the state that have high recreation values also have high natural resource values, and they really need people within the agency, in my opinion, on site and knowledgeable with a proactive plan for optimization for the multiple benefits that the state can gain from those lands, and so I wish you success.
Thank you.
Bevan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan List for the record. You do have a great resource. You know, one of our former team members works for you, so.
Yeah, we are lucky.
Okay, thanks.
I just had a follow-up question on that East Walker, on all those ranches, the several ranches that were purchased. Did that all go to state parks, or was that divided among different state agencies?
Janice Keeler, Deputy Administrator for the record, that all did go to state parks. So we have 4 units along the Walker River. We have the Pitchfork Ranch, Raptor 7, Flying M, and 9 Mile.
Yeah,
So that all belongs to us.
quite a large amount of very important, beautiful land, and
It's
so.
a very large property, and we spent a lot of time working on projects over there. And we have a lot of ideas, and so it takes, you know, a lot of effort to implement some of the planning efforts that we'd like to do. Our latest one is to create a new state park entrance through Minister Road. And so that's one thing we're working on. Hopefully we'll get funded through the FLAP program for that.
Yeah, there's quite a bit, and it is important habitat also, so I hope you do have those folks to help you on that side, so I appreciate it. I remember seeing sage grouse there quite a bit years ago, and it's not as common now, and hopefully you guys can help on that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Just a quick question.
Steve?
Yes. Janice, is there presently grazing on those ranches that were acquired?
Janice Keeler, Deputy Administrator for the record, yes, there is.
There is. Very good. I'm not familiar with them. So thank you.
There is, yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Keeler. I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you. $60 NDOT managed lands. Chris Young for NDOT, if you're here or online.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Young. For the record, my name is Chris Young. I'm the Chief of the Environmental Services Program here at NDOT. Got a little presentation for you. Okay. Is it sharing? Yes. Okay.
We're not seeing it here. Oh, we have it on one of our screens. Yes, we do. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you.
And again, thank you for the record, Chris Young, NDOT Environmental Services Program Chief. Thank you for allowing us, NDOT, to participate today. NDOT's been around for quite a long time, 107 years. We started out as the Highway Department in 1917, and the legislature made us the Nevada Department of Transportation in 1979. We are a centralized organization with our headquarters in Carson City. The on-the-ground activities are executed through 3 geographical districts in the state. District 1 is administered out of Las Vegas, and that covers pretty much the southern half of the state. District 2 is administered out of Sparks. That covers the northwest part of the northern half, and District 3 is administered out of Elko, and that covers pretty much the northeast part of the state. Yeah. Okay, and now the good stuff. NDOT administered centerline miles. We actually, for such a large state, we have only about 5,356 centerline miles that we administer in the state. That includes interstates, U.S. highways, and state routes. We have approximately 81 material sites or maintenance sites, 33 rest areas, and about 1,200 material sites statewide. The question of NDOT land ownership, reflective of the state ownership, we only own about 14% of our property, of our right-of-way, as an actual landowner. The majority of it, as you can see, 85% of it comes from easements, primarily from obviously the federal government, but primarily from the BLM, and then the U.S. Forest Service, I think, is probably the second largest easement that we have. And then the prescriptive rights and agreements and others are minuscule, as you can see. But that gives us about 318 square miles of right-of-way throughout the state. And right-of-way. All of our right-of-way and material sites on federal lands are processed through the Federal Highway Administration and accomplished by a highway easement deed processed through the Federal Highway Administration in cooperation with the Federal Land Managing Agency. In nearly all cases for federal easements used for highway purposes, and that's a technical term for the regs. NDOT activities within those rights-of-way, new construction and maintenance require no further right-of-way related review, approval, or authorization by the federal landowner. Again, as long as it's highway purposes. And that excludes facilities such as maintenance sites. Those don't qualify as highway purposes. And surprisingly, rest areas. Those, when we go about building rest areas, those are handled through a separate process. The federal landowner does have review and approval or authorization obligations when NDOT obtains new temporary or permanent rights to federal lands. So where does that reside in sage-grouse habitat? Hopefully you can see the image there. The pink pink lands are all sage-grouse habitat types. We have 1,694 centerline miles of roads within greater sage-grouse habitat, giving us about 128 square miles of land within that. And it's important to remember that 128 miles, probably about a third of it actually is the highway facility itself. So the roads, the shoulders, medians, pull-out areas, all those related highway road facilities. In state fiscal year 2024, NDOT Environmental reviewed and cleared for delivery 64 federal aid projects and state-funded construction projects, 92 district construction contracts, 56 maintenance requests, 200 recreational trails program projects, which goes to the projects that Ms. Keeler mentioned in her presentation, and we performed more than 800 right-of-way occupancy and encroachment permit reviews as a division here at NDOT Environmental. NDOT Environmental has 5 biologists covering the entire state. And I provided the woe is us slide previously to put some context into how we've been going about meeting our obligations through the SET and the credit conservation system since 2018 there. And as you can see in here, up to March of 2024, we were operating under this provision 2B, which states all activity or project was approved by all relevant federal agencies and state agencies before December 7, 2018, so long as the activity maintains a compliance with condition or requirement of such approval, and for an exemption. And we were working under that because, like I noted earlier, when we go and do a highway project, as long as it's for highway purposes, the underlying fee owner, so the BLM most likely, they don't have any approval process in that. Again, as long as it's for highway purposes. Up until March 24, though, that's how we were acting. We started working with the SET again, and we've always been working with the SET, but now everything. Review, approval, and authorization pretty much covers everything. So we've been working with the SET team since March to make a path forward, and this is pretty much where we're at right now. We're working with the SET to establish an operational implementation plan, either through some an agreement or some sort of instrument, again, that can help us meet our obligations and not, bury their staff with literally 1,000 projects requests to review each year. And to put some context on it, we have been working with the SET since 2018, and we have been including in our construction contract language and maintenance requests information if we're near a LEC. We've put seasonal restrictions on those activities, and But like I say, we're as far as the credit conservation system going itself, and it's important to remember too, the vast majority of our projects are not disturbing new land. We're maintaining existing facilities, and so very rarely do we have projects like, for example, the I-80 East project between Vista and USA Parkway, where we will actually be fattening up the right-of-way or the roadway, or on SR 361 between Gabbs and Middlegate, where because of the Navy is forcing us to move the highway, we will be building 12 miles of new highway in undisturbed country there. So, and that's where we're at. Questions?
Questions? Kathleen? Yeah, I was gonna have a question for you anyway. That's great if you'll go.
I just want to say, I want to echo what Chris was saying, that we have been working really closely with NDOT for years. They've had 2 people in the past attend our verifier trainings, which is open for anyone for informational purposes. So they've had staff members attending the trainings, and I've met with them several times. And anytime we get any kind of request, it's generally not an issue, but we've gotten, gosh, probably dozens of requests from them to review roadways or expansions or widenings. So they've been wonderful, absolutely wonderful to work with, always reaching out, making sure that they're in compliance. And they do have, as Chris was saying, one project that has one debit. So we're trying to work with them to try to figure that one debit out. So it's they've been wonderful partners with us.
Thank you. Other questions? Yeah, I had a question just in terms of participation by a state agency, in terms of that still applies for them.
Correct, Kathleen Steele, for the record. It still applies, yep. And
Okay.
we're trying to figure out a way, more of the, maybe they can restore some land or close some old gravel pits or easements or something to comply with that singular debit.
Wonderful. Thank you. Bevan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record. And I really appreciate, so my fault this is on the agenda. I've been wondering about this issue for a long time, and I really appreciate those that all of those that came and presented and told us what you're doing. Communication's an interesting thing. And so most of the thoughts and discussion was presented, or at least I got the idea that you were asked to focus on how you work with the conservation credit system, which has been great, and I appreciate what you've presented. But aside from the conservation credit system, I wonder what things that we could be doing on these state lands, just little things that will benefit sage-grouse. That's really the purpose of what we're here, is to benefit sage-grouse. And so aside from our interaction with the conservation credit system, as you administer your different divisions and departments, I would ask that you consider and visit with the set about best management practices, just the little things that you might do in your day-to-day operations that would be of benefit to sage-grouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Bevan. Any other questions, comments? Again, we really appreciate everybody showing up. Mr. Young, thank you for taking the time and educating us on all these. It's appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go to item 7, discussion and confirmation of state stance on BLM disturbance caps. I know this is something we've ground out many times through the years. It's the concept of disturbance caps has kind of been brought forward again in the latest round of land planning, and so with that, I just wanted to bring up our history and give the opportunity to have that discussion as to confirmation or whatever regarding those caps. So with that, Kathleen, I appreciate it if you'll start us out.
Mr. Chair, Kathleen Steele for the record. So I just wanted to give a quick presentation on the BLM Greater Sage Grouse Draft Resource Management Plan Amendment and specifically about the disturbance caps. Just a clarification, I have no preference one way or another. This discussion is mostly to gain clarity on the state's position, as there seems to be differing viewpoints across the board, and to provide to you guys as much information as I have found out about the cap, both past and present, and kind of provide more information and a background so that everyone is well informed for a decision. So just FYI, the NRS for the council is the council shall, if requested, provide advice for the resolution of any conflict concerning the management of the greater sage grouse or sagebrush ecosystem, and then coordinate and facilitate discussion among persons, federal and state agencies and local governments concerning the maintenance of sagebrush ecosystem and the conservation of the greater sage grouse, and provide information and advice to these agencies as well. So this is well within your purview as the council to discuss this and to provide advice regarding it. Basically the same thing under the executive order. The committee shall provide the governor recommendations on policies using the conservation plan, etc., and must be based on the following objectives. So any recommendations that the SEC makes must revolve around conserving the species or habitat, tailor the management recommendations to the importance of the habitat, address the primary threats to the species, address secondary threats as appropriate, and identify opportunities for habitat enhancement, and then recognize and encourage and incentivize land use practices that are actively maintaining or improving sage grouse, and identify long-term management structure. So just a reminder on those things. And another executive order shall be the responsibility of the council to implement a conservation strategy, provide direction to the state and federal agencies, establish management policy, and identify long-term adaptive management structure for sagebrush ecosystem. All right, so a little bit of the background regarding all of this with the state plan and the disturbance caps that I have found in help from Jake Tibbetts, pulling out a lot of old documents and trying to figure out the history of all of this. So in 2013, the state plan was created, and there was a discussion of increasing the mitigation obligation instead of a hard cap. So this is when things were still trying to be created. The CCS wasn't even around yet. There was a discussion of increasing the mitigation obligation instead of placing a hard cap that stops development impacted areas. This is the precursor to the disturbance caps. Like the state discussed that maybe we should look at a mitigation obligation instead of a cap. In 2015, the state plan was updated, and it was noted that the CCS was intended to be stronger than the disturbance caps, and if working as intended, then the Nevada will replace the habitat faster than used, and therefore the disturbance caps were unnecessary. So it was more revolving around the intent of the CCS was to make disturbance caps null and void, and that the CCS would replace habitat faster than the caps could remove them. The disturbances could remove, and the caps were unnecessary. At the same time, the 2015 ARMPA was created, so the same process that we're going through was gone through in 2015. 3% disturbance caps were set at the BSU and project scale level in PHMA. Disturbance caps was not applicable for BLM land in Nevada if net conservation gain was achieved with compliance with the state mitigation plan. There's been a lot of questions on where the 3% came from. I've asked several people, and everyone seems to know except for me. So 3% was chosen based on literature out of Wyoming that shows that 99% of active leks were located in landscapes with less than 3% development across the species habitat. And there's a strong correlation of 50% local decline in lek attendance with a 3% disturbance when looking at oil and gas specifically. So that 3% was established based on that literature of just, it seems that leks thrived anywhere there was less than 3% of a disturbance. At the same time, for around that 2015 ARMPA, the Nevada governor protested caps in favor of using the CCS. So the CCS was created and implemented in 2016. And then in 2019, we went through this whole rigmarole again with the ARMPA, updating the state plan, updating the ARMPA. Discussions were had, but they're not included in the minutes, so I cannot tell you any specifics about any discussions regarding the disturbance caps. I was a couple months in at the time on this position, so I honestly don't remember any disturbance caps discussion. I remember other discussions that seemed to be a little bit more fiery at the time, but I don't remember a disturbance caps discussion, so I can't help. At the same time, 2019, ARMPA was created again, and they settled on pretty much the same thing, a 3% disturbance cap at the BSU and project scale level in PHMA, and the disturbance cap was not applicable for BLM land in Nevada if net conservation gain was achieved in compliance with the state mitigation plan. So there was an exception, same as before, that if you can achieve net conservation gain, if you can replace habitat, then it lowers that, or it negates that disturbance cap requirement. Now we're at 2024, the ARMPA has been proposed again, and the same thing, 3% disturbance cap, except this time at the half scale instead of the BSU scale, and I will go over that a little bit of the difference in that in a bit, as well as the project scale in addition to the half in PHMA. Again, disturbance cap is not applicable for BLM land in Nevada if net conservation gain is achieved in compliance with the state mitigation. So same language as pretty much as far back as 2015. All right, so currently in the 2024 ARMPA, the proposal is the numerator is implemented only on direct acres, the direct acres impacted, the footprint of the direct disturbance in PHMA where habitat is removed, or the distance of the outermost lines of a power line. So that's what the direct acres, how that is defined, is the actual footprint. There are exemptions to this numerator calculation, and that includes wildfire, vegetation treatments, houses such as residents such as houses, barns, fencing, range improvements, agriculture, and valid existing rights, such as like a mine footprints counts as part of the cap, but cannot be stopped if the cap is reached because of valid existing rights. So calculated impacts do include oil and gas, coal, wind, solar, geothermal, mining, again that is included as part of the total calculation, roads, railroads, power lines, comm towers, other vertical structures, meteorological towers, nuclear energy facilities, airports, military ranges, hydroelectrics, and recreation areas such as parking lots, campgrounds, trailheads if they're larger than 1/4 of an acre. So those are all the actual calculated impacts, and like I said, there are exemptions to that. Now, we talked about the numerator, and now we're looking at the denominator. There are two different types of denominators. One is the project scale, which is defined as all PHMA that supports the population affected by the proposed project. Or all LECs within a 4-mile buffer in PHMA, and then all PHMA within the 4 miles of those identified LECs. So it's just a good buffer around it to be included in that project scale. Versus the half fine scale, which is PHMA, which is within the half fine scale delineation area. And I asked BLM to define what the half fine scale is, and basically they're similar to the PMU, about the same size as the PMU. It includes all seasonal habitats within a population, so basically a home range of a bird. And that's the BLM's definition habitat assessment framework, the half. So it's smaller than the BSU, but about the same size as our PMUs currently. So the cap will trigger if the calculation of the numerator and the denominator reaches 3%, and that I've given you the formula there. The calculation of disturbance caps must consider all disturbances, existing and new, on all lands, regardless of land ownership, since greater sage-grouse are negatively impacted by the cumulative disturbance. But the caps will only affect current activities on public lands. Basically, if a cap is reached, each subsequent project will hit that cap unless major restoration is completed because of all the effects being cumulative. Disturbances are deferred. No new authorizations are created until the calculation has been reduced below that cap threshold through restoration. Or the project is redesigned to not result in additional disturbance, or the project is moved outside of PHMA. So there are ways to get out of that cap. So there are exceptions, which are not allowed if also combined with an adaptive management trigger. So the adaptive management process is a separate process to the disturbance caps. But if both are triggered at the same time, the exemptions are null and void. So there are project scale exceptions, which are with the state director concurrence. They must avoid, minimize, and mitigate, and either the project is exceeding the 3% cap because it is co-locating to save another area from disturbance. So this kind of gets to some of the concerns that I've heard regarding, well, this is just going to move projects over into good, pristine areas, which is a valid concern. A 3% cap does kind of push projects into a more pristine area to get rid of or to avoid that 3%. But if the project can prove that it's co-locating to save another area from disturbance, there is an exception. Or the project is exceeding the 3% cap because it's in an established corridor, again, to save another area from disturbance. Or the project will overall benefit the habitat, which includes required mitigation. So the same thing that we've had before in previous years and previous versions. If you can show net conservation gain through mitigation, then they can have an exception on the 3% cap. And then the final exception is there will be no new impacts. Basically, they're renewing. So it's not going to create an additional impact. There are no exceptions under the half fine scale except for safety because, and I asked the BLM about this, the idea is if once you've reached that 3% cap at the half fine scale, basically the disturbance is such a large impact that you're in trouble and we should stop and look at things and pause, and there shouldn't be any exceptions for that because that should be a halt. So far in the past, no disturbance caps have been reached at the BSU or half level. All right, so this is just a brief summary again of the 2015, the 2019, and the 2024 differences. Not much has changed. More exceptions have been added through the years as concerns have been voiced. But other than that, not much has changed. And that's the end of my presentation. Anyone have any questions?
Mr. Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Kathleen, for the presentation. On your 6th slide, you show, you kind of summarize, maybe it's, sorry, I'm trying to find it here in front of me. So it's where it shows the background, and then it has the 2019 plan. Yes, so the 2024, that bullet under that, I'm not sure. Later on, you talk about how you receive an exception to the disturbance, but this, under the 2024, it's pretty much the same language as under 2019, except the half fine scale, but I'm not sure that's accurate. I have the BLM language in front of me, and it was clear in the 2019 plan that the cap was, there was an exception if the state conservation credit system was followed, but I'm not sure it's that clear in the 2024 plan. So can you explain how you think the 2024 plan does have that same lift?
Sorry, Kathleen Steele for the record. Under the exceptions, this is language that I pulled verbatim from, I pulled directly from the ARMPA. It says project scale exceptions include the project will overall improve the habitat net gain, including the required mitigation. That to me speaks that if you can offset your disturbance, basically you get an exception, you can go over and above that disturbance cap. Is that, I ran this through BLM, so
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
I'm
maybe
as accurate as.
The question may be for BLM, so I have it in front of me, and there's multiple steps before you even get to compensatory mitigation or BLM's alternatives, and it never once references the state mitigation plan. It does, I agree, it does say there can be net conservation gain proved, and then it highlights a BLM instructional memorandum and some guidance, but it never calls out the state plan as, and I think that was one of the concerns we had, that it specifically called out the state plan and the exceptions for disturbance. So maybe Mr. Raby could clarify.
Yeah, John Raby, BLM for the record, and the intent for how we would implement it would be consistent with, well, how we've implemented this since 2015. And if, again, we have ongoing conversations, negotiations about language that would be in the final plan, and if it would, if the council recommends that BLM clarify that language, that would be helpful.
And Mr. Chair, another question. So I know that the BSUs are available, the geospatial data is available to plot that, to kind of see, you know, even anybody could look at it and try to get a feel for some of this. And then the PMUs are also available. Are the half fine scale delineations available in a geospatial format?
Yeah, John Raby, BLM. I'm not aware of that, Jake. We will have to connect you with staff to have that information, but I'm not aware of it yet currently.
Kathleen Steele for the record. I was only able to, when I did research into the background of HAFs and how that was explained and described, I was only able to find maps, but I didn't go looking for geospatial information. So there were maps created, so there's something out there.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I couldn't find those, so that if you could forward that maybe to the council, that'd be useful. So, Mr. Chair, can I?
Sure. I don't want to interrupt you. James, was yours relevant to that most recent comment? Do you want to jump in? I think Jake has. Okay, thanks. I'll get you. Go ahead, Jake. Thank you. Just want to double check.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I reviewed the set comments on the BLM EIS, comments supporting disturbance caps, requesting disturbance caps to be placed in general habitat management areas, and requesting that wildfire be included as disturbance in the numerator of the calculation. And this was presented to us at our prior meeting. And there, if you look at or listen to the recording of the meeting, there's a viewpoint provided that disturbance caps are not inconsistent with the state plan because the state plan is silent on disturbance caps. But I think Kathleen clarified today that there's a lot of history related to disturbance caps in the past. I've attended most of the SEC meetings over the last 12 years, if not in person, at least virtually. There's very few I've missed. And I can recall many conversations regarding disturbance caps. As you see, I snowed you all with a lot of paper. I apologize for that, but I did. There's a kind of a cover letter with that and many of the things that I could dredge up as well. I want to point out that there was actually draft of the state plan that's provided in the support material, where there's an entire section on maximum allowed disturbance, and the council had a lot of discussion on that. Received multiple presentations over various meetings with Environmental Incentives, the group that was developing the conservation credit system. I think that presentation is very illuminating to me when they actually ran some modeling in different scenarios and came to the conclusion that disturbance caps are inferior to the conservation credit system, that they're not the best approach, and that they can actually create more issues in limiting habitats than a disturbance cap would protect from. So, you know, I assert that the state plan, the entire state plan, so including the state's avoid, minimize, and mitigation process, I think is more robust. The conservation credit system is more robust. The state plan adaptive management process is more workable and coordinated. And I will note that the state adaptive management does have a stop sign in there. It's not called a cap, but it does have that as one of the options when you've met thresholds through TAWS, the triggers and warning system, and through the adaptive management response teams and a coordinated effort, that there is a stop sign to disallow future future disturbance. So we have that built into the state plan. We do have very restrictive measures that could be put in place through that adaptive management process. So I also assert the state plan, it's not been allowed to prove itself, in my opinion. Neither has the conservation credit system to its fullest. I think we're maybe making some progress on potentially public land credits. I think the adaptive management process has been lacking. The adaptive management response teams have been activated once under that. And the two groups I was involved in, we put forward the causal factor analysis. NDOW, BLM, landowners, many stakeholders were part of that process. We put forward specific management actions that have really gone nowhere, that I think would be addressing some of the issues, the causal factors, and some of the issues we're talking about. So I'll acknowledge that much has progressed since the state plan was developed for renewables. We're seeing kind of an overwhelming push for renewables, mostly solar and geothermal. I believe we should take a harder look at these land uses under the state plan. And I'll note that the Nevada counties and the Nevada Association of Counties came together to develop a county proposed alternative and allocations for that we pitched to the BLM, asking for them to consider in the sage grouse EIS, which we argue are more protective and related to these big concerns about some of these renewables being placed out there in sage grouse, or even indirect impacts to sage grouse. So if the SET believes the state plan, if fully implemented, that's the avoid, minimize, mitigation process, the adaptive management process and the conservation credit system are not doing what was intended, that they're not better than disturbance caps, then I would ask the SET to bring forward proposed changes through this process, through this council, on what we can do to improve the state plan, the state conservation credit system, our adaptive management process, and let's do it through this council that has, again, all of our partners here at the table. And I, for one, am just never going to support anything that's not through bringing management as close to home as possible and through the state plan. I think there's a way to get there to address maybe some of the shortcomings the SET feels based on the science, but the avenue to do that, in my opinion, is through this council and through the state plan, not through the BLM commentary that may be inconsistent with the position that the previous boards and our previous governor has taken. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jake. James?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we have the discussion of disturbance caps, to me, going back to the older data and the old information from when it began, and even Governor Sandoval's letter going back and forth, to me, as I look at it overall, it's not a discussion of saying we're for or against necessarily caps. It's that we feel that the system that has been put forth by the state of Nevada, the Nevada plan, is what we wish to adhere to. As I look across the states, I see that Wyoming had a similar discussion, I think in 2015, on disturbance caps, and their governor sent a thing back disagreeing with the number. Their state has had caps, but they were of a different number. They're 5%. Sometimes I worry about some of these numbers, though, because I look through the land use plan from the BLM, from the Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Plan. It's not dealing with sage grouse, but it's doing the same thing. It has a 3% cap. Wyoming used a 3%. Sat down with some of the older historians of different programs they sometimes call it the old guy conservation breakfast. And they had a large discussion about it, that sometimes the 3% is a number that may be a little bit arbitrary. But in that being said, to me, I think the main key is that, as indicated, if Nevada wishes to look at that, then we should incorporate it in the Nevada plan. But at this point in time, they're not in there. And it's something that has been discussed for quite some time through this organization. And for a reason, they decided not to put it in. And in that respect, I just hope that we take a look at it and just either modify the Nevada plan and stick to the Nevada plan and support it. That has been our strength. There's been a lot of work, a lot of resources put forth, and a lot of great things that have been accomplished through this group. And therefore, I just urge, and I know I joked about it last time, we'll go with option 7, the Nevada plan, 777. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody got their comments, questions? AJ?
All right, I'll go. Chris, I just want to echo Director Goykochia for the record, what Director Settlemeyer said. The guy to my right and I have been here since the inception of this, so we have a little bit of historical knowledge, and we did go around and around on disturbance caps quite extensively over the last 12 years. And we have been consistent that that is not something we care to build into that state plan. And I've had conversations with, the current BLM director and past BLM directors as well that, we need to look at it in a different way. If there's something proposed on the landscape that isn't going to work, then let's go after it in that EIS or that RMP process, rather than trying to piecemeal this disturbance caps into something where it doesn't exist today. So I support what James said, and I don't think that this body should support disturbance caps for what it's worth. I know I'm not a voting member, but historically, I don't think we can go there.
Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I just have a question, and I don't know who the right person is to answer this, but just out of curiosity, as we talk about the comments that were submitted on this most recent ARMPA from the state level, obviously we know that the SET provided comments, and we talked about those fairly extensively at our last meeting. And I want to say I had heard that the NDOW had provided comments. I'm just curious, from the state of Nevada perspective, how many sets of comments were submitted? Do we know the answer to that question?
Well, I guess we could poll the representatives here. I imagine NDOW, they did their comments, and
Yeah, I can speak to NDOW. We did submit comments. I do not know who else. So, yeah, as usual.
James?
I know this is not helpful at this point in time. However, the state lands has a clearinghouse of all items that are sent. So if you wish, we can do follow-up and get that information to you.
Okay, thank you. John?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think maybe for the purposes of this discussion, it's important to know that the comments that have been received by BLM from not only the state of Nevada agencies, but as Mr. Tibbetts mentioned, Nevada Association of Counties and individual counties. I'll say this, there are ongoing negotiations right now that I've been involved with our headquarters office that I think will be as responsive as we can be. I think you would be pleased to know that those conversations are again getting traction not only within BLM but within the department about again the importance of priority habitat, that the conversations are revolving around I would say a robust discussion around what would be considered exclusions and again higher levels of protection around priority habitat, and so those comments have had an impact. And as a body, I think that's serving us very well, and will lead to a better decision in the long run. So I think it's important to know that they are having an impact, and again, ongoing negotiations and discussions seem to be going well along that regard. So I just thought it would be important to add that so that folks understand that, not only are comments submitted, but they are actually, the agency responds very strongly to those. So thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Raby. I guess along those lines, I know we've had this long history on these caps, and doesn't really fit into what our plan is. I mean, our plan should be, you don't need disturbance caps if our plans and credit system is operating correctly. And I was concerned on this latest alternatives, and Mr. Tibbetts brought it out, in terms of there been kind of a, as long as they're complying with the state plan, there was going to be this exception to disturbance caps under the alternatives. And I think it was a little stronger as to it was this, the state plan. Now, I was concerned that it opened a door for mitigation through other avenues for applicants, and I want to make sure that we're still in a strong place as to the preferred system is our credit system and not other mitigation plans developed by applicants that don't use the credit system. So I just, whatever you need from us in terms of, a letter or a motion or whatever, that if we can reiterate that, at least in my position, maybe not everybody agrees with me, but I think that would be a good route to go. Other questions, comments? I think that would be the next step, is to, if we could, I think Mr. Raby mentioned earlier, if we could get a letter potentially from this board, as to our position, reiterating our position, the preference for the credit system, Nevada state plan, the credit system, and if somebody would like to take a shot at one of those motions.
So moved.
No. I think we state it much better than I just did. You're funny. If we could have a more cohesive motion than I just babbled, that would be helpful, I think. If someone has one prepared, or I can try to do it if, I think Jake is prepared.
I mumble through it. Let me give it a shot. So I'll make a motion that this council request of BLM full implementation of the state plan, and including the conservation credit system be the avenue for any compensatory mitigation for any exceptions under the BLM plans.
Second.
Is that under, sorry, just a clarification, is that under the exception to the disturbance caps as proposed?
Yes, that's the clarity, is that it's in lieu of disturbance caps.
Okay, thank you. Are you okay with that second, Sherm? Yes, okay, we got a second. Questions, discussions? Kathleen?
I have a question. Should we add clarity to the state plan for future team members regarding disturbance caps, of the state plan does not support disturbance caps or something along those lines?
Can we do this one motion, then maybe we can take it a shot at a second motion for the future? Or do you want to incorporate it into yours?
Mr. Chair, so Jake Tibbetts for the record. I'm thinking when we get to the portion about future agenda items,
okay,
we're scheduling, we could bring that up, because I think there's more, like, I think the renewable energy section of the state plan we should take a hard look at. I think there's other updates we may need to look at in addition to this. So the disturbance caps clarity plus looking at some other things in the state plan, I think would be very wise for us to do.
As long as we have disturbance caps brought up now and it is agendized, do we want to just at least address that one now? I'm sorry, it's your motion, it's not mine, but I'm just trying to flesh that out. Kathleen?
Laura's got her hand up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Laura, please. Oh, froze. Thought she was just really serious. Sorry, James.
I just had a question within the motion. Is it indicating that we're against disturbance caps, or in this particular instance within the BLM plan, at this point in time, we feel they're unnecessary?
So my motion was in lieu of disturbance caps, the state plan, conservation credit system, and I can clarify that that's intended to be against, this council's against disturbance caps as long as our state plan and full process is allowed to move forward.
Okay, so you're talking overall, not necessarily in reference to the current plans that are put forward.
Right.
Okay.
Sherman, are you comfortable with that explanation? Because you were the second on the motion.
Yes.
Okay. Further discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Sorry, opposed? Okay, with that, Laura, you're back. Did you have something that, sorry, we took a motion, but,
No, that's fine. Sorry, internet issues here a little bit at the office, so of course it glitched. Hey, I'm sitting in for Justin Barrett today, Fish and Wildlife Service. I just had a question clarifying in terms of the motion in regards to the CCS and the state plan. I kind of see the state plan as a larger umbrella, and there's a lot of concepts in there, including an avoid, minimize, mitigate process, table 3.1. And then there's also the CCS. So I think in that motion, it's just, are you guys recommending the entire state plan, including that avoid, minimize, mitigate process in there, or is it really focused on just using the CCS as the exception? Be helpful to understand. Thanks.
good question. Yeah.
So my motion, Mr. Chair, again, Jake Tibbetts for the record, was the state plan in its entirety and the conservation credit system as a sub-element of the state plan.
Everybody's okay with that
Okay, thank you.
explanation? Okay, with that, thank you very much. I appreciate it, Kathleen, and I don't know if we need to, any other discussion on that matter? We're good? Okay, thank you very much. With that, let's take a 8-minute bio break, if that's all right. 8. All right, if we can start wandering back, I'd appreciate it. Okay, we ready to go back on the record? Thank you, everyone. Get settled. Got through item 8. Number 9 has been taken off the agenda. Number 10, review of the CCS verifier's certification process. Possible closed meeting to meet with council pursuant to NRS 241-0504C. For possible. Oh, I'm sorry. I got spaz. No, you are absolutely right. I was getting too excited. We were moving along. You're right. My bad. I knew things were going too smoothly. Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Lister. Number 8, discussion of the public land rule with the CCS along with criteria for land transactions to benefit conservation discussions. SEP staff.
Thank you,
Sorry
Mr.
about
Chair.
that. Thank you.
Kathleen Steele for the record, and I promise this will be a short one, at least on my side. So just this is a follow-up from the last meeting regarding the public lands rule. There are some questions involved, and an additional question about an article that came out in a newspaper over in Elko, I believe. So I just wanted to update you guys. It'll be very brief. I don't have a lot of information, but I want to give you what I do have. So just a brief overview. The Public Lands Rule delivers on the Bureau's promise to sustain the health, diversity, and productivity of public lands for present and future generations. It is posted, to my understanding, the rule itself is final, but the handbook that implements it is not. So it's still kind of in the works. The idea is out there, but how to implement it is still being internally discussed. But there, it is posted. You guys can read it. I have the links on the last slide, so you can go out, look at it, read it for yourselves. So just further updates, we met with our science working group, which includes BLM and Forest Service and Fish and Wildlife and everyone, and to talk about the CCS in conjunction with this new public lands rule. So these are my updates. It is still a work in progress. But this is what I know. So conservation is now a commodity. It is open now to public and the permittees, to mitigation and conservation banks, conservation districts, and state wildlife agencies. It is closed to other agencies and other entities that are not listed, but it is open to the public and permittees. So discussions that we've had before regarding acquiring or creating credits through public lands by permittees is now an option. The plan does state explicitly that restoration or mitigation leases would only be authorized if they do not conflict with existing authorizations. Therefore, it should not impact grazing It should go hand in hand with grazing. It should not impact other authorizations. It only can go hand in hand with existing authorizations in an area. They do not override valid existing rights, privileges, or preclude other subsequent authorizations compatible with the lease. So even if you put a conservation lease down, if a mine wants to come in and utilize their claim, they are authorized to do so. So that is a concern. Further work is still needed. Like I said, the implementation guidance for the BLM is still being created. There's been a little bit of back and forth on that. And I will, when that comes out and we know more, I will update you on that. We're still in conversations with our science team to figure out how to implement this with the CCS. There are time frame concerns. There's durability concerns, as every conversation we've had with public lands in the CCS. Durability is still a concern and an issue. And then there's a land health standard requirement. So the land health standard in the public lands rule at the minimum must be met before a lease can be authorized, which means that you have to have at least baseline habitat out there before a conservation lease can be authorized, which is concerning for us because a lot of BLM land is frankly not necessarily at land health standard or at a minimum. So it's something that we have to figure out and we have to work towards to try to figure out how that workaround can happen. All right, so there was a concern about criteria for land transactions to benefit conservation. That was an article in a newspaper. It was a brief article that didn't really say too much, and we were asked to look into that. And even our federal partners didn't even know what that was referring to. So it took a little bit of digging, which was a lot of fun. So it refers to the Federal Land Transaction Facilitation Act, or FLTFA. And I'm not going to say that too often because that's a mouthful. It was created in 2000 and reauthorized in 2018 for perpetuity. It's basically an act that the BLM can purchase or exchange land for accessibility to other public lands or consolidation of checkerboard areas. It also, the purpose of the article was to emphasize that another portion besides the accessibility and the consolidation of checkerboard areas, the additional purpose of this land was so that the federal government can purchase or acquire land for conservation reasons, specifically land that is of conservation interest. So that was the purpose of the article, was just to emphasize that, bring forward this Federal Land Transaction Facilitation Act, and let people know that it exists and it can be used for conservation purposes on exchanging private lands. So that's the end of my update. I told you it was short and sweet. I don't have a lot of information. If you would like to see the rule, I have that on this slide as well. If you just want to go direct link, we do have those in a PDF on our website.
Bevan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record. Kathleen, so FLTFA, which agency administers that? Do you know?
I believe that's Department of Interior.
So I can help with that. So John Raby, BLM, and so that's again a law that allows any federal agency to be able to use its authority to acquire lands for conservation purposes. So while Department of Interior, Department of Ag, I mean, it provides for that ability for federal agencies to use funding to acquire it for those specific purposes.
Okay, thanks for that. So does it have a funding stream?
So through the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which is permanently funded through the receipts from offshore oil and gas. Yeah.
Steve?
Yes, Kathleen or John. You mentioned that, how do you see this coming out as far as a permittee acquiring credits on the BLM for grazing practices on public ground? Is that correct? You see, is that going to be a reality, or?
This is Kathleen Steele. Not necessarily maybe not necessarily grazing practices, maybe grazing practices. In our system, it has to be quantifiable. So grazing could be a mechanism to increase forbs or grasses, and that would be quantifiable. Not necessarily grazing itself is quantifiable, but the outcome of it. Like I said, we are still looking into it, trying to figure out how this all works. But yeah, the idea is that a leasee could go in and alter their grazing practices or do some other management actions like fencing in an area, possibly to increase the habitat under a conservation lease and thus generate credits.
And so that leasee, right, third party, would acquire the credits? That would be their mitigation, or just the fact that they were party to? How would that work out? See where I'm going is that the third party is they're involved for mitigation or for betterment of the habitat, correct?
Yep. Are we talking a debit project?
Well, could be anything as far as I mean, John, maybe you can help. I'm just trying to figure out how this could play out. What kind of scenario as far as a permittee, grazing, and credits and the whole thing? How would the third party benefit from being involved, I guess, my question.
Yeah, thanks for that, Steve. Yeah, John Raby, BLM, and
Your mic.
Is it not?
Oh, sorry, couldn't hear you. Okay.
So I'm going to caveat this and say, I mean, this is a fluid discussion right now in the moment, right? And I think it's helpful to have it, but we are working on policy development to help clarify this. So I think maybe the best example that I can come up with in the moment is that an entity does say a seeding, right, in a particular area, and that improves habitat. And to ensure that seeding is going to be there for the next 30 years, this conservation lease is established on that acreage, and it has to be assessed or appraised at a certain rate. So there's that internal process. BLM we do not do those appraisals. That's the Office of Valuation and Appraisal Services. So let's just say that it's appraised at $1 an acre, and so then whoever holds that lease is paying $1 an acre on an annual basis or whatever it may be. And then that habitat through that seeding is protected for 30 years. Then the state would evaluate the quality of that habitat and how that would translate to the conservation credit system. That's the way I would see it playing out, and that's just the most simple example I can think of, Steve.
Okay. So the entity involved wouldn't necessarily be purchasing the credits. Possibly could, but that might not be why they're involved.
So correct, Kathleen Steele, for the record. The changes here is that conservation is now a commodity. So the entity who's creating the credits can be completely not a debit project. They can just be a leasee, a permittee, a mitigation bank, just someone from the public. It can happen that way. So it's or a wildlife agency is one of them. Those are options to generate credits, and then they can be sold to an entity, a debit project, to offset. Or we can work the same old way, the entity creating those credits on public lands can be the debit project. That's always been the case, and that still can be the case. But now it's opening up that permittees can be that entity.
Okay. Trying to figure out, I think the important thing here, and I'll pass it on over, but that this council is involved as this thing matures and works through the details. I would very much like to be kept abreast, because it is, I feel like it could turn a direction that I'm not comfortable with real fast. So anyway, I would just like to be involved in the discussion. Thank you.
JJ.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Goykochir, for the record, and this might be for John, Director Raby. Kathleen, on your further work is needed. You talk about land health standard requirements. land health standards at a minimum must be met before a lease can be authorized. John, can you wait into that, clarify that just a little bit, and if we have enough of that data in places as well?
Yeah, so the land health standards, again, John Raby, BLM for the record, and, the land health standards, I mean, those are long-standing practices that we've had in place in BLM and in Nevada for many, many years, if not decades. And so, again, understanding your baseline habitat conditions and current land health standards, and then, analyzing what the proposed action may be and the effects that may have at both the site scale and the landscape scale. So it has to, there is a provision to do, like watershed scale assessments, and then identify, again, quality of habitat, things that might be intact landscapes, and then what the proposed action, the effects that may have. And so that information is needed prior to certain activities. That's very routine and typical for what we do in our on our National Environmental Policy Act process, whether it's an environmental assessment or an environmental impact statement. Now, when we think about across the entire state, I think we do have some gaps that we need to fill in terms of the land health standards, and we're working on those. We need to get an update from our staff on what the exact amount is that would need to be completed. But that's, I think most folks would find that this is this reinforces what we already do in Nevada by and large, and it's not anything new or necessarily different.
John, do you see any significant changes, Director Goycochea, for the record in those land health standards with proposed changes on how the RAC is not going to be involved in those any longer? I'm afraid we're starting to see some shifting behind the scenes in places.
Yeah, well, again, John Raby, BLM, for the record, and I mean, the RAC will still be involved in those land health standards. I mean, that's part of the job they do, and so that they will still be involved, and I don't see that changing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Discussion? Just help me wrapping my brain around it, if you don't mind. In terms of, okay, there's this now becoming a commodity, and if it was something that we were to expand to allow credit generation, if somebody got a lease on an area and started, rehabilitating, if you will, they couldn't obtain credits until they reach baseline, correct? They might have some work to get to baseline, and then they could start generating credits once they surpassed baseline, if the land was not at baseline when leased. Or is that even an option? Does that even make any sense?
So this is Kathleen Steele for the record. I'm not sure how it works with the land health standard requirement, because that is a baseline. So I'm not sure if the conservation lease would be approved if it's not at that baseline. In our system, however, that's a different question. So at this given moment, if we were to treat public land restoration very similarly to how we do it private land restoration, they do get benefit for being under baseline. They get the benefit for getting to that baseline and then over and above that baseline. So there is that potential. We have to look into it. Right now, for private lands, you can acquire 1/3 of your credits up front to seed the cost of the restoration and to maintain it for the duration of the required restoration. And then once you reach a level, then you get the remainder of what is quantified. We haven't dived too much into how that's going to look on the public lands. We're still trying to figure out the main three concerns is like the time frames, the durability, mostly the durability, and this land health standard requirement. And we're still in discussions on that. And then we'll start poking in on like, what if we did this and what if we did this? My staff and I are in discussions currently on fire restoration opportunities on public lands and how that would maybe fit in as our example to start playing with on a scenario if that was inserted into the land use plan or the plan here. So we are working on it. We do have meetings with our science group to bring forth, and we are internally talking about it. But there's a lot to figure out.
Agreed. Sheva.
Sheva Gabor, U.S. Forest Service, for the record. I'm trying to think what I want to say about this as it pertains to the Forest Service. So one thing I think I'll clarify is we still don't have the ability to lease lands for this purpose. But that said, we've had discussions ranging back years over the ability to do something similar without a lease. And I think the key is when it comes to quantifying the credits, we're deferring to the state system. Like the federal government wouldn't have a role in that. That's completely through the CCS. Grazing is probably the hardest. At the time we were discussing this intensively a few years ago, management practices that are under the permit is not something we were going to look at because it should be managed to that standard. But that said, again, if it's through the CCS, I'm not sure that conversation matters so much. So we just need to stay closely connected, continue to explain the differences, if any, between BLM and the Forest Service. Who knows, maybe we'll have this ability extended to us in the future. But really, I think it goes back to it's quantified through the CCS and not through the federal agency. Is that helpful at all, Kathleen, to kind of clarify? Wildfire was one of the ones where it was clearest to that and sort of maybe pinyon juniper removal, annual invasive species eradication, some of those practices that are above and beyond on publicly managed lands, publicly held lands.
Yeah, Kathleen Steele for the record, just some ideas that we have been throwing out, and this kind of goes on both sides, the Forest Service and the BLM regardless of the rule, the Forest Service is a little bit more stringent, and leasees on that side are still not allowed. It's more of the entity creating the debits who needs to mitigate can only be the one to hold the mitigate or to generate credits versus it's opening up on the BLM side. So thank you for that clarification. Just some ideas that we are throwing out, and we're still working internally, but maybe doing like a binning process and just doing different bins of restoration. You get so many credits per acre if you reach this step versus this step kind of thing, or to try to alleviate the cost of that quantification, because on large areas of public lands, that's going to be expensive for a leasee. We also talked about using AIM data that is publicly available to preemptively quantify the baseline, the area that is there now. So there are things that we're discussing internally. Nothing is set in stone. We're not going in one direction or another. We're still throwing out options to try to figure this all out.
Jake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Jake Tibbetts for the record. I think it's just important to note, too, that the public land rule it's being litigated right now. The states of Wyoming and Utah, as the states, have litigated, as well as kind of a consortium of different industry groups. So I think it might be worthwhile for members and the set to read through those to kind of get an idea of what some of the concerns around the public land rule is, because it's pretty illuminating. But with that, if we're talking about mechanisms to allow the CCS to work on public land, I think there are maybe some other examples too, regardless of the public land rule we ought to look at. And I know you've had these discussions in the past, but I can provide you a handful of examples of like cooperative range improvement agreements that have been done where like Mule Deer Foundation has entered into one of those. The conservation districts have done that for public lands work, and there is durability, there's maintenance responsibilities, there's all of that can be outlined in those agreements, and they're underpinned by regulations as well. So that there's a pathway there. But when I was looking into the public land rule, I came across an article from the Center for American Progress, nonetheless, but they gave examples of how this has been done before the public lands rule. And that's like the Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Plan in California. So there may be other avenues, regardless of the public land rule, that can get us there too. So So instead of just hanging our hat on just if the public land rule is upheld and moves forward, maybe there's some other avenues to help us to get some of this work done on public lands. Thank you.
Other questions? Oh, Sheva? Sorry.
Sheva Gabor, Forest Service for the record. I just want to say I concur with what Jake just said. I think there are other opportunities we need to work through. The issues we were working through were like durability. So we just need to make sure we continue to have those discussions. And Kathleen, I'll check in with you to make sure we're appropriately engaged.
Not seeing anybody else. Thank you, Kathleen. Okay, number 9 was pulled. Number 10 we already did, just joking. Now we'll do 10. Review of the CCS verifier certification process, possible closed meeting to meet with council pursuant to NRS 241-0154C for possible action. Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, this is going to be a brief presentation, just outline what we currently do and what the concern is moving forward and the internal process that we've had created for us moving forward. So we do have a statute in NAC in our regulations 232-480 where the Sagebrush ecosystem technical team should be training and certifying verifiers and also maintain a list of trained and certified verifiers. So we do that. That is part of our process. Every year at the end of January, we hold, it's basically a week of training, anywhere from 2 or 3 days or 4 days, depending on how intense the training needs to be and what we've altered it in the past, and moving forward we will continue to alter it. It is free. It is open to anyone. There's no limitation on who's coming, regardless of whether you're certifying or not. We've had several people from Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife, state partners such as NDOT, our mining partners. We've had several people attend these verifier trainings just to keep informed and understand the system, especially if they're going to be working in it a lot. We welcome anyone and everyone. For those who are being certified, there are 2 types of certification. There's the desktop certification and the field certification. Desktop is you are certified to work through our GIS tools. They're very complex, and we want to make sure that people are adequately trained to work in those. Field certification is a little bit simpler. It's being certified to go out and do the run the transects and measure the data. So people who are attending the trainings, are required to attend both sides, both the desktop and the field, but if they're only certified in one, they really only have to test in the one and be certified in the one, but they can be certified in both. We do have several people who are certified in both desktop and field, which means they can do the entire process from start to finish. So the desktop certification allows the verifier to run the desktop, like I said, which includes identifying and delineating map units and anthropogenic features. And then the field certification allows the verifier to oversee the data collection being done in the field for each project. For verifiers without an active certification, training is a multi-day in-person commitment where both the debit and credit project are walked through step by step from project concept to transaction. So it is walked through. People are required to bring their laptops and walk through an entire project of both a credit and a debit project from inception through the GIS process, through all the paperwork and all the field, the data out in the field, all that gathering, the data entry, which is a very boring day, and then through the transaction process. They understand all the paperwork that's involved with that and the filing that is involved with that. Returning verifiers can attend an online refresher to be reminded of specifics and to learn about any new changes to the program. So it's usually a half day, a little over half day online refresher where we just kind of buzz through our protocols. Everyone needs a refresher, a reminder of, oh yeah, I forgot to do that this year or something. They're very brief, and then we go over any changes to the program that they need to know. There we go. So verifiers who have not completed a full project must take the test to be certified. It's an open book test. They generally have a month to complete it. And a grade of 80% or better is required for the field test, and a grade of 70% or better is required for the desktop test. More so because the field test is very straightforward. The answers are black and white. Desktop is a little bit more subjective and a little bit harder to work on. Their certification lasts for 1 year and must be renewed annually with that refresher course. And PFC training, in addition, is required for those doing credit projects every 5 years. So it's a very basic process, step by step, easy to be completed every year. There are updates this year to the certification process due to just some lacks and some it just seems like people aren't necessarily getting like the full comprehensive scope, especially those who are refreshing year after year. They're not maybe being reminded of the specifics. So this year we're kind of restarting everything again. Every verifier must go through the full training this year and refresh a full training every 5 years, just so that they get that comprehensive view. And every full training requires the retaking of the test. So if they're going through that full training, they need to retake the test. So this year, all verifiers will do the full training. It's going to be a 4-day course, 3.5-ish days. And every verifier will take the full test. There will be changes to the test. We're still working on those changes, trying to brainstorm in-house. It'll be a mix of open and closed book. There will be some stuff in class, that's that last half day of a closed book test, just to make sure that they've been maybe paying attention, especially the points that we've been emphasizing throughout the days, making sure that they're understanding that. And it'll just be very basic things that are in their presentation, in the required reading, and more obvious things that are up front. And then they have a month to complete the open book portion. They'll take it home, they'll work on that. And all material will still be supplied in advance of the training, probably more so. We're really trying to get that more in advance than we have in the past. But we try to get them out at the beginning of January so that they have it for the verifier training at the end of January. Right now we are trying to book a room large enough for the amount of people that we are expecting, and that is proving quite difficult. So if anyone knows a room that can hold 75 to 100 people and has Wi-Fi, let us know, and is free for the state. All right, so that is our current certification process. Now, the decertification process is relatively new. We have been working very closely with our DAG on this whole entire process. We have dived into the NACs and the NRSs for specifics and for examples on how to go about this decertification process. So we are following very closely guidance and examples in NAC and NRS. We do list the causes for disciplinary action, which includes the basic things that are to be expected when you're concerned about the performance of an employee or a consultant. Such as disgraceful personal conduct, which impairs the performance of their own or someone else's job or causes discredit or misrepresentation of the program, discourteous treatment while representing the program, incompetency or inefficiency, fraud in securing a certification, dishonesty or willful misleading or misinformation to the program or its proponents, and falsification or misrepresentation of any records. There are a couple more, a little bit more spread out specifics, but those are the main categories that we are looking at. We've forced someone to be decertified in the past, but we have had verifiers in the past who have conducted fraud on their field verification, and we had conversations, and I believe they did end up getting fired by their employer. So it wasn't necessarily action taken on our side, but it has happened in the past where we have had issues with verifiers. misleading and misrepresenting data. So the decertification process is pretty simple, very straightforward, and as you would expect for a job versus a verbal warning. Depending on the action, we might require full retraining and retesting. We've done that before where we're like, hey, we see that you're not understanding this fully and you're showing that over and over. Please revisit the training as fully, the full training, and take the test again. This step may be done for multiple times for various offenses. If it gets, if the oral warning really doesn't cause a correction of the action or various offenses accumulate into basically a big offense or a more concerning issue, then we go to the written warning. And the written warning outlines the concerns and gives the verifier a timeline to show improvement. And if proper corrective action is not completed within the time frame set, then we do suspend their certification and conduct a hearing pursuant to NRS 233B. And that is a very long, comprehensive, step-by-step guideline of the hearing, which I hope we never get to. It's a lot. And there are processes regarding that. The full detail is in your package. I have outlined the specific steps, who's in charge of that hearing, etc. And then the final thing is the program manager may reinstate a former verifier following his or her certification from the program after a period of 5 years, as long as the subject verifier formally reapplies and abides by all the requirements for verifier certification. And they need to have completed or finished their requirements that the finder of fact, who is in charge of the hearing previously, required of the verifier in their written findings before the verifier may reapply. So if the finder of fact says, hey, you need to do A, B, C, or go through training or whatever, and before we even will consider you as a verifier again, they need to do that before they reapply. And then the program manager may, in their discretion, decline to recertify a verifier if they were originally decertified for a very serious offense. That would put the program or the public in physical, financial, or other serious danger. So more of a caveat there that if it's that serious, that we're not going to re-verify. This whole process is not taken lightly. To date, there only have been 2 written warnings. And one of the written warnings, one of the recipients of that written warning, we have seen tremendous improvement, and we are very pleased with his improvement thus far. And they have submitted very high quality submissions since the written warning. And our staff's review of that person's work has sped up greatly. Mostly it's a concern of just various things that can be fixed, and we have seen tremendous improvement. So that is not only, the improvement's not only beneficial for us, but our clients and the proponents who hire these, who are expecting a high quality product and are expecting it without much back and forth and a higher cost to them. So we are trying to protect our proponents as best as possible by ensuring that we certify high quality people who are going to give them a high quality product without going over budget. So that is the purpose of this decertification. We do not take this lightly. This has only happened twice. And it's for serious, in our eyes, serious offenses that have occurred over and over and over again. Any questions?
Steve?
Yeah, Kathleen, we're a number of years down the road, and I've wondered, as far as the verifiers, how many are certified today, roughly? Or
Kathleen Steele for the records. Currently we have, I believe, around 50, maybe a little bit more certified verifiers, and I believe 100 people on our list sometimes who attend or who oversee certified verifiers.
Mm-hmm. Out of that 50, in the last year, how many have actually submitted or been active, submitting programs?
We do have
projects?
Kathleen Steele, for the record, we do have that listed, and I'm trying to remember how many, because we do mark like an asterisk next to them if they've submitted projects, and I believe it's roughly 30.
Oh, is there? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, is there the requirements for verifiers as far as being independent? You know where I'm going? Can they be associated with, say, a consulting firm, or how, I mean, are there stipulations?
Yeah, so a verifier can be anyone. They just can't, if they are personally associated with a project, they can't work on that specific project. So we do have consulting firms. Currently, we do have a verifier that is personally associated with a project, and they just can't be, they can't be the verifier who's running that project. We do have a conflict of interest form that they have to sign and fill out, and
Okay.
we don't let, like, let's say a consultant is hired, a consultant, sorry, a verifier is certified, but they work for a mine. They can't work on their mine's work. They can contract out and do other work. We're fine with that, but they can't work on that mine's work. We do have many verifiers who go through the training. They don't get certified through mines,
Sure.
companies, just to find that information. But if there's a conflict of interest, we don't let them work on that specific project.
And obviously on the credit side also be the same.
Correct.
Okay. And you're not actually proposing any changes today, is that correct?
Unless you guys wish,
Okay.
but
All
no.
right. Okay, thank you.
Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of other questions, but just to clarify where Steve's line of questioning. So verifiers can't, I mean, personally work for that project, but they can be hired by that project to do the work on it. I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, my understanding is that verifiers, you know, they do this work for the private sector,
Correct.
and then, you know, and provide that information to the, I mean, that's a part of this entire process. So I guess, can you explain that to me again? I guess.
So just in summary, if they have a conflict of interest, a personal gain in the project at all, they're not allowed to be a verifier, a certified verifier on that project. But other than that, we have consultants, we have mining representatives, we have people who are going through our trainings. Certified verifiers, usually I think we only have consultants at this given moment.
Right, but those consultants are paid by somebody to do the work.
They're paid by the private. We don't pay them. They're
Right.
paid by the entity who hires them. So we provide we go through the training, we certify people, then we provide a list of certified verifiers in alphabetical order by their company. Send it out to proponents or future proponents and say, you can pick from this list. This is who is certified at this given moment, and they can pick whomever they will.
Right, but the proponent, just want to make sure this, the proponent then pays that verifier to do that verification work.
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, they don't work directly for the project, but they will be paid by that project.
Correct.
To do the specific work. Okay. I guess, and that kind of leads into, obviously I was the one that asked for this agenda item, so I really appreciate this, and I appreciate that the work that has been done to put together this this procedure for decertification, because I do think that it is a serious matter that does require an official procedure for how you would go about doing something like this. I guess where I'm coming from on this is that the system that we have set up with this program, there are a few different ways you could go about it. We need to have some kind of a way so that we can figure out how much, whether it's a debit project, how much that's going to affect habitat. If it's a credit project, what that gain's going to be. And so there has to be some way to verify that. And what we have decided as a council is that we are going to partner with the private sector in order to do that. Because our other option is we could hire state employees to be verifiers and do this work. But this is the option we've chosen, and I think it's a perfectly good choice to make. But just understanding that when we talk about verifiers in this system, these are not state employees. These are people that receive a certification from this program to do this work, and provide this work as a part of this overall process. So, while I appreciate the references to some of the processes that we might have in the state as it relates to employee discipline, I'm not sure that's quite the right direction to go here. But I'm, curious as to, what that, the basis is for that. In looking through this, I guess, procedure, maybe I'm premature on that, and if that's the case, I can wait until we go through that process to ask questions there. And in fact, that probably makes sense. But
Nicole Ting for the record, Nicole Ting for the record, Attorney General's Office. Great question. So, so what is a verifier? So as we're kind of listening and understanding what exactly a verifier does. So I believe that the closest legal equivalent of what a verifier is they're a license holder. They have received a license from a government agency. So already within our state statutes, we have a procedure that unless a certain agency has exempted themselves from a procedure, if there is a license holder within the executive branch of the government, there's already procedure for license revocation, private license revocation. So this procedure is the Administrative Procedures Act in 233B, which has been laid out here. So the only employee reference was kind of just something is from NRS Chapter 284. So it's really only the types of activity and misconduct that we've kind of just borrowed from 284. So we're not saying that they're employees and everything falls under NRS 284. We just kind of looked at that as a guide of what type of misconduct we would think of as would qualify for license revocation. So I don't know if that helped. That's a great question. I don't know if that helped clarify things.
So I guess to clarify then, is the idea here that this would go through the Administrative Procedures Act then?
Nicole Ting, yes, great question. So yeah, exactly. So the 233B 121 through 150 is Administrative Procedures Act, and it's an administrative procedure where there's a hearing officer, there's evidence on both sides presented, they have to have these formal certified mail notices, they're able to bring counsel if they want. Then within the Administrative Procedures Act, there's what happens if they get their certification / license taken away. So there's a built-in appeal process in there too. It tells them what they do if they want to appeal. It's called a petition for judicial review.
Okay. Yeah, I can defer my other questions until we get into kind of the more detail.
Okay. Bevan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record. So a little bit of follow-up. Kathleen or Ms. Ting. So the state or the program is issuing a professional license to these individuals, basically. Is that what you're saying?
Nicole Ting, for the record. Yes, great question. So I believe that the closest equivalent would be a license is issued by us, by a government agency. We're issuing them a certification, which I believe the closest legal equivalent is a license, yeah.
Okay. And in that realm, personally holding a couple of professional licenses, there's always a kind of a demerit system in how they are, discipline is handled. Has there been a consideration of going to more of a cut and dried demerit system? Reading through this, and I guess we'll get into that, like Kyle said, when we get to the decertification discussion. But I think it's absolutely critical that we have a fairly well-defined and structured system. That being said, give us a little bit more on nuts and bolts. We're putting the classes on, we're doing the training for free. When they come, they not everyone licenses, right? Is that process set up in our regulations? Where's that process set up at? And anyway, I think this is an issue that I guess I've just kind of glanced over and taken whatever the staff threw at us, and haven't delved into it much. And so this is all real informative. So you've laid it out really well. They come to class, they get a license for free, which, wow, okay. And then they're really doing a lot of the groundwork necessary for, now, I'm assuming both debit and credit projects, right? And hired by, as consultants, as it were, by those project proponents. Okay. So, yeah, my thinking is we're not paying them. They're not paying us. We're just kind of as it were, a trainer. But we're certifying that they are doing that or able to do that work. Anyway, so I'm sorry I'm rambling here, but I'm trying to wrap my mind around how all this works currently, and then try to get a sense of what you're seeing as far as changes that need to be made.
Sure, Kathleen Steele for the record. So yeah, just a little bit of additional clarification. Yes, we are certifying. They are not paid by us. Originally, the intent, and if you look way back in the manuals, probably before I came on, so the early manuals, the intent was that the CCS would train, or that the set would train and hire certified verifiers, and then the proponents would pay us, then we'd subsequently pay them. We don't have the ability to do that, and we don't have the ability to collect money and do all that, and that just, it cuts out a middleman if they just hired them themselves. We train and certify them to provide assurance to our proponents that they're going to get good work, that someone is going to go through the system correctly, run the system correctly, certify the on-the-ground conditions correctly, so that they have the most accurate as can be debit or credit amount. So we built this certification into, it is in our regulations, just the fact that we will certify people. We built that into the regulations to create assurances that this is not just an arbitrary number being thrown about. We have a standardized system, and we are trying to make it the highest quality as possible. Does that help a little bit?
Some. I'm interested in the rest of the discussion. So, just so I'm trying to get clear on this process that you've put for us, is this just policies and procedures? It's not administrative. It's not NAC. It's just policies and procedures that the set has developed?
It's, so the framework, the framework overall are policies that we've developed, taken from examples in our NRS and NAC, and kind of altered to add program language instead of whoever we took it from language. But the majority of it comes from what Nicole was saying, is that that hearing process and appeals process for delicensing license holders. So it's taken, it's an internal policy that we have that is taken from existing code, whether it relates to, at the very beginning, that shows the different types of behaviors or attitudes or actions that would qualify for decertification. That's taken from employee information in the NACs, but also direct guidelines about licensing. So it's written already in our statutes. We're not at this given moment adding it to our regulation, but there is talk down the road when we do open it up to add this decertification process to our regulation. We're not planning on opening it up right now.
And Chair, if it's okay, I can kind of expound on that.
Please.
If that's all right.
Yeah.
Nicole Ting for the record. So I'll kind of break that up a little bit, and great question. So it's kind of both. So really your only regulation on certifying is the one that Kathleen showed. And it kind of just says really plainly like the set will certify verifiers. It's kind of all you're working off of for certifying. So what you're working off of for the certifying procedure is just policies and procedures. You're really not working off any NACs. There's no regs that say in order to certify a verifier, they need to show A, B, C, and D. So that's really just policies and procedures. Now moving on to decertification, it's kind of both also. So some of it is policy regarding what we are using as the basis for decertifying. We're saying that A, B, C, and D reasons we would decertify you, and we're kind of borrowing that from the employee NRS chapter at 284. However, the specific decertifying procedure is written in regulations at the 233B. So as soon as we're beyond why we're decertifying them, we're going to go through this formal decertification process. That is all already in the NACs. And how that works is, unless you have exempted yourself from the Administrative Procedures Act, it's what's used unless someone has taken themselves out of that.
Just to follow up on that process, then would just be a policy and procedure. This statement that we've been put in front of us, and also to follow up on that, it would be one of the set, not of the council.
That's kind of a question for you. So the set certifies. So you could set it up where you want the set to decertify, or you could set it up where the SEC certifies.
So we're still determining that right now. Is what
Correct,
we're
yeah.
doing. Okay, thank you. Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jake Tibbetts for the record. So I really understand the need to get a clear decertification process on the record, so I support that, because I think we're going to see more and more issues, especially as we're trying to prove the performance and durability on public lands. I think we're going to be seeing this issue come up more and more. But I'm concerned a bit about not doing this through Administrative Procedures Act and standing up a standalone NAC on the decertification process. Especially when you read through, where the verifier can request that the finder of fact become this council. There are different things in there, borrowing from other statutes and other NAC. I just think it would be a better transparent process and allow for more open dialogue if we had this as the Nevada Administrative Procedures Act would require, with workshops and small business impact statements and all that. I know it can be costly. I understand that there's capacity issues to do that, but that's something I think we should do eventually, is develop that, make it clear. There's a lot of things I heard about, an assumption that it's the closest legal equivalent is a license. Well, we should probably state that, so that, there's just certain things in there that give me a little pause. Again, supporting a process to make it clear how we decertify folks, but I would be more comfortable running it through a regulatory process.
Mr. Director, you heard the budget ringing there.
He's got deep pockets.
Other questions? It's time. Okay. So the next step from us is, council, what do you need from us at this point?
I think what's before the council right now is to determine whether they, one, want a decertification process at all, and then two, if they do, what would it be? So maybe two motion, well, I think first you need to say, at this time, do we want to have a decertification process?
Okay. And with that, we could use this process or one like it that's been proposed.
Correct.
That's legal, that's binding, we'd be okay if we use that for now.
I do, yeah. So again, that, so 233B has two parts to it. One is the admin promulgation, and then the second part is the Administrative Procedures Act. So, that would apply here unless we exempt ourselves from that.
Okay.
Clarification.
Yes, Jake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, Jake Tibbetts for the record. So the application of that process in 233B would be, though, after they were already determined to be decertified. That's just kind of their appeal process, correct?
It's both. It's
Okay.
so how we decertify them, and then in that Administrative Procedures Act, it says how they would appeal it also. It's both. So it's the hearing to decertify,
Right.
and then it says, if you hey, you decertified me, I don't agree with you, like, my avenue is to do a petition for judicial review, and that's also in the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act.
Sorry, Jake, go ahead.
Jake Tibbetts again for the record. So the way I read it, though, a lot of the steps for decertification are not in NAC 233B. They're NRS, or NAC 284, which is the Human Resources Regulate.
So again, we're looking at kind of two things, like the process to actually decertify, that's Administrative Procedures Act. Now, the separate part is what the reasons for decertification. That was borrowed from the employee chapter 284.
And that's where I'm a bit, Jake Tibbetts again, just feeling rather than borrowing from a Human Resources NAC, that's just gives me a little pause there. Because those are the reasoning why, and a lot of the documentation to eventually get to decertification is through that.
If I may, Nicole, is there anything in the NACs or NRSs that precludes the hearing that gets to that point?
Nicole, sorry, say that one more time?
Is there anything in, so we have the NRS 233B, is there anything in there that precludes getting to the hearing point that defines when you should get to that point of running a decertification or licensing hearing? Is there anything prior to that outlines any actions that we should look at? Or is it just as you see fit, if you deem to de-license someone, this is the procedure?
No, there's nothing in the Administrative Procedures Act that gives the reasons for delicensing or decertifying. And the reason is because this is the default. So this is covering licenses from Division of Insurance, like from all over. So there's nothing in there that says like this is the reason that licenses would be taken away.
So my point to that, Kathleen Steele, for the record, is that I didn't want to arbitrarily have delicensing or decertification. I wanted a guidance of like, I can point at this specific thing that is the reason why we're decertifying. This specific thing is the reason why we're decertifying, and these are what the state has considered in one way or another a fault. And I didn't want, especially, I'm not, to sound a little bit proud, I'm not necessarily concerned about myself, but for future employees down the road, I wanted a very defined structural procedure of like, these are the things you should be looking at. If it's outside of that, maybe talk to someone, but these are the ones that if one of these things or multiple of these things is of concern, the state has decided that these are concerning, and so therefore we should be concerned about them, because there's no actual definition of what you should be concerned about in delicensing. It's just, there is a procedure. I needed something more than that.
Two questions. First, in terms of under this proposal, it would be the hearing would not be by this council. It would be by a hearing officer, and then would this council be the first level of appeal, and then they go to
So
sorry, legal question, or just in terms of.
Oh, I can take that. Nicole Ting for the record. So here, the hearing officer would be set with the deputy director for DCNR. How it's currently set. However, you guys have the ability to say like, no, we want every hearing to come before us. Because you guys are a public body, open meeting law would come into play. So we'd have to go through the special procedures of closed meetings to deal with the character misconduct and that type of thing. There's like a separate OML procedure for that. So I apologize. I think I was starting to answer your question. I don't know if I got there or not.
Go ahead, Jake.
So it does state under 5F that if the verifier requests, the finder of fact may be changed to the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council.
Yeah.
Okay, so
good point. Yeah.
based
correct.
on their request, we could become the finder of fact or the hearing. Yeah. But it's at their
If we
request.
don't, I'm sorry, yeah, thank you for that clarification, but then so it would be a hearing officer under DCNR if they elected to just go the hearing officer route.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Good point.
All right, thank you.
But if you wanted to change it, like we want everybody to come before us, I mean, that's your purview if you want.
Go ahead. You can be on the mic, sorry.
Thank you, Kyle Davis, for the record. And I think you just said that if it were to come to the council, though, there would need to be some procedure that it be done, that it could be done in closed session, since it would be, considering the character of someone. Is that?
Yeah, it'd probably be a case-by-case basis. So, in open meeting law, if you're considering somebody's misconduct, character of somebody, you have to go through, like what you're saying, good question, like a special procedure of notice, and then do it in closed session.
And I guess my follow-up on that is, like, in other examples throughout the state that go through the Administrative Procedure Act, do those exist in closed session as well, right now? Like if there was the proposal of taking away somebody's contractor's license or something.
Yeah, if they're a public body and they're considering somebody's misconduct character, yes, it is done through a closed session.
Mr. Chair.
But you can't deliberate in closed session.
Yeah, you do have to come back to an open one in order to actually
Come to a
deliberate
decision.
and give us a
You
decision.
can't do the whole thing closed. Okay. I'm sorry, hi, Daph.
And from a due process standpoint, if this board is the one who's conducting the hearing, who does it go to for appeal?
So that's in the 233B. So they appeal to the district court by doing what's called a petition for judicial review.
Bevan?
So did we start into the discussion of decertification then?
I think, yeah, we're trying to figure procedures. Yeah, I mean, there's a proposal in front of us, and I think.
So I'm sorry, different mindsets look at things differently, but it would seem to me like it would be in our best interest to pursue kind of a comprehensive review and adjustment in how we handle verifiers. And I'm thinking from a regulation standpoint in saying, we're going to certify verifiers. This is the process, this is the qualifications and stipulations, and then as part of the regulation have a disciplinary section. So I guess from that, I'm not ready to take an action on anything today because I am completely muddled now. I thought I had an idea, but the discussion today has gone it's too many different directions. So that's where my thinking's at. Thanks.
Kathleen?
So, Kathleen Steele for the record, just to kind of give you an idea, we do have plans to reopen our regulations and several other things. We have not and still do not at this given moment have the capacity to, there are many changes that we want to make. And since it's you guys are very familiar with the procedure to open up these regs and go through the whole thing. We want to make a very comprehensive update and add several things that we're looking into. We have not had the capacity to generate that and create that. So there is plans to do that down the road. At this given moment, like right this second, we are not prepared for that, and we don't have the capacity right now as people are still learning. My entire team is still learning just how to do their basic jobs. So there are plans to do that, and I fully understand the whole idea behind it. At this right now, we do have concerns, which is why this was brought up, because we do have somewhat serious concerns. And so I'm hoping to have some kind of answer for right now.
JJ?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Goycochea. So I guess along those lines, Nicole, this may be for you. If we do nothing as a body, we have concerns. We have inaccurate data processes coming to us. How vulnerable are we as a body going forward?
I think, Nicole Ting for the record, I think that's a good point. I think because of the concerns I've heard that I'm not prepared to talk about in an open meeting, I think you have a duty to make sure that these verifiers you're certifying are doing a good job. So yeah, it does, I think not having a procedure in place does kind of, I don't want to say too much, but I think that's a good point.
And there's the counter concern, I'm sorry, James, I'll go to you, is that it takes a while to do the code. And it takes, we're building a bureaucracy and the time that goes through that and administrative code, that I don't want verifiers to have free run until we finally can get a code done. And that's a concern. And there's still things in the interim that's going to take a year, maybe more, to get a code in place. And that's the question JJ was asked, is about if we proceed under what's proposed, as it's under the verification authority of the set, can they take away that verification? Can they take away that certification? And is this process adequate in the meantime, and with the understanding that we would work towards a code? And so those are questions out there. I don't know if we have answers. I don't know if we have to go into closed session with our council to discuss those things, but those are questions that are coming to my mind.
Yeah, I think those are all great questions. So the reason that a potential closed session was put on here was to talk about the level of concern regarding a specific instance that is occurring. Okay. I don't know if that would be helpful to kind of like be like, this is kind of like an elevated something. So we're prepared and we've agendized it to go into closed session if that would be helpful.
You had something, Jake? I'm sorry, you had a question. Kyle?
That's what I was just going to, if that was needed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I probably should say my thoughts on where we're at right now. And yeah, if it's appropriate to go to closed session, I'm perfectly fine with that. What I think I have, obviously I brought this to council's attention based on an email that went out to all verifiers that I heard from a number of verifiers. And so, but what I have heard in terms of the examples, and it sounds like there's, apparently there's one specific that we maybe need to discuss in more detail, but like some of the procedures that are already outlined in this, I guess, draft proposal here are already being used and in some ways already being effective. It sounds like in some cases in the past, you had somebody that might have falsified some data and they were actually, they were fired. And then, of course, we've had cases where letters were sent and improvement has been seen. So I guess I do need to be convinced that, this is absolutely something we have to do today as opposed to take the time to work through the process to make sure we have the right process in place. Because I do think that I agree with Jake, this needs to exist in regulation. This needs to go through the Administrative Procedures Act. I don't think this is the type of thing that we can just have, a policy that consider something as serious as decertifying somebody from this program. And I also question whether the regulation actually allows for that. It allows for us to certify people. It doesn't say anything about decertification, so that should be clear in regulation. And then the third thing that I would say, looking at the proposal here, like I said, it's definitely, I like that there's a proposal that has been put into place. That is something that I certainly requested. I think there's a lot of questions here. There still is a lot of, I guess, vagueness and, leaves a lot of discretion in places where there may not be, I guess, recourse for somebody that is going through this process. My suggestion would be that that if we're going to consider something that would be a policy, whether it's a policy of the council or it's a regulation, that this go to some sort of a workshop where people that are actually essentially the verifiers that are a part of this would have the ability to provide that type of comment, provide that type of feedback of how they would propose to change this regulation. But right now, I do think that there are certainly some changes in what I'm looking at here that I would request if we were to actually move forward. But I don't think that we should at this time, and I think that also opens us up for gives us some exposure too. Thank you.
Thinking about the dreaded committee, forming a committee to explore this, if there's members that would be interested to work with staff and council to further explore this, to protect the board and also protect the viability of the verification process. And I think there are a lot of questions still in everybody's mind, but if it's not in a conversation whole, that a committee can, they still got to do public meeting notice and all that, but the committee could meet and kind of boil this down as to what the process is for verification or certification and decertification.
Nicole Ting, thanks for Chair for that suggestion. And just remember that subcommittees do have to
Absolutely.
still do open. Yeah, okay.
Absolutely. Would anybody be interested in being on or heading that? Kyle, I think you'd be a great chair for that committee if you're interested. And anybody else want to serve on it? You'd be that? Okay. Mr. Boyce, and third would be great if anybody's interested. Bevan? No? Okay. Well, at least if you two can meet with staff, and I don't see anybody else jumping up. If you can at least start the process and then maybe bring it back. Yes, sir.
In the discussion of the concept of the subcommittees, maybe Nicole could weigh in. Is it proper or improper to have ex officio members on that? I kind of believe there is, due to the fact that it falls under the state in that respect. These rules
Absolutely.
are us. So I'd be willing to serve on it in respect for DCNR if that is proper, even though I'm a non-voting member.
Nicole Ting, thanks for the question. I think it's up for the council to decide who they want on the subcommittee. I think it's proper, and if that's your preference, I think that's great, and that's a good idea.
It's still subject to council approval with whatever recommendations they come. Right. Yeah.
Of course.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. All right. Can we get a motion for the committee thought, or are we opposed to that? Willie?
Mr. Chairman, for the record, Willie Mullaney. Yeah, I would make a motion that we support your subcommittee to work on this. I'd also further add to the motion that we approve the proposed process that has been outlined here, with the addition, because it's not specified here, that the council would be the first line of appeal in a decertification hearing. Otherwise, I think what has been outlined before us, I think we ought to support that, with the understanding that with the committee's work, eventually we'll go to a regulatory process and make this a regulation.
Can I have a motion? Do I have a second?
The secondary part of the motion would be to take this.
Yeah, I think we should support this proposal because otherwise it leaves, there is no process in place as an interim measure, and then, as Kathleen has outlined it, and with the understanding that with the subcommittee work, eventually we're going to, through the regulatory process, to make it a regulation. But in the interim, I think this should stand as presented.
Do I have a second? Not seeing a second. So motion dies for lack of a second. Thank you for trying, Willie. You had a comment, Kathleen? Okay. Jake?
Make a motion to appoint a subcommittee to work through the procedures, including, not limited to, development of potential NACC to be brought forward. And that committee is Kyle as chair, Director Settlemeyer, and member Boyce.
For clarification, if I could, James Settlemeyer, for the record, when would you like that subcommittee to report back by? Because I think you kind of need to leave, put a time frame on it.
5
because
p.m.
this
today.
is potential issue. But realizing, Mr. Chairman, that we have to obey the open meeting law and would not be able to do that by the end of today. Just a thought.
Okay.
I thought we were going to lunch and the committee was going to
I guess I would amend Jake Tibbetts, for the record, amend the motion to have them proceed, immediately with that process and bring it back as soon as possible without a specific deadline.
Do I have a second? Second, okay. Any further discussion? I just would think that you still would have the ability to warn verifiers and everything else about things, and, and it wouldn't be maybe decertifying at this time, but at least still have the same process for warning and putting others on notice of potential concerns. It's just my thought.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I believe that there is a process, and it has been followed before. If something is so egregious, they could be decertified at this point in time. I believe that the set was just trying to look for a more formalized process on the step going forward, which I completely approve of, because if you do not have the ability to have a hammer, you're going to have worse bad actors.
Bevan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I guess point of order, I think it's the chair's discretion to appoint committee members. Doesn't necessarily have to go through a vote of the council. And so if there are other members that you feel would be useful on that committee, I think the motion should be amended to include chair's discretion to appoint other members.
Jake?
Mr. Chair, I think before we vote on the motion, I would request the closed session as agendized so we have an understanding of the more immediate issue. I'm not fully understanding the urgency without knowing what that specific immediate issue we're trying to address is. Because where I'm getting to is if this motion passes and we kick the can down the road a bit, does that help us address the immediate issue that we need to address?
Well, we have a motion and a second. Do you want to withdraw the motion for that to go into closed session? Because that's a separate motion.
What was the motion?
Okay, all right. Then if there's a motion to go in closed session, yes. Yeah, and then we have to exclude the audience, turn off the broadcast, and staff even leaves. So, but except for the ones that need to advise us of what's here. And we can't deliberate while we're in closed session. We come back and then deliberate on that.
we can meet with Nicole, get her input in closed session.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, you.
Okay. Yeah, Matt?
Yeah, just, will I be able to participate virtually on
I'm
closed
so-
session?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
Yes, you would. We'd have to
Thank
exclude
you.
everybody else, though, and put them in the waiting room. So I have a motion to go into closed session. I have questions under that anyway, so do you have a second? Have a second from Bevan?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion on that motion? Not seeing, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so we're gonna go into closed session. Sorry, public, we're gonna have to ask you to step out. No, that's, I'm,
You can't go have lunch.
There's obviously something that we're trying to address.
yeah.
Mr. Chair, what?
Yeah. I'm sitting here thinking, all this, and I'm thinking, exactly.
More than once.
Hello in the room. This is Broadcast. I just wanted to let you know that the broadcast is once again live, so you are ready to begin whenever you'd like.
Thanks so much. I told people 5 more minutes, so.
Sounds good.
All right, can we start wandering back in, please? Get there. All right, we ready to go back on the record? Okay, let's go back on the record, please. We're still under item 10. Yes, item 10. So we've come out of closed session, come back into open session. Any deliberation, questions, motions on the matter? Sherm?
I move that because the Sagebrush Ecosystem Program Verifier decertification process is based on NAC 284.650 NRS 233B.121-150, that we ought to use this process, that we adopt this process as our process for going forward.
Do I have a second? I have a second from Willie. Discussion. Kyle?
I actually have some questions that I was hoping.
We can do that under discussion on the motion.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I guess I had a question. I was curious about how it's handled when verifiers are bringing in projects, and they and there's, I guess, a disagreement between what they had submitted and what the staff review had, said you've got this wrong, and there's a disagreement on that. I guess, could you characterize how that process goes, or what happens there, how it's dealt with if there is kind of this significant disagreement between the verifier and the staff?
Sure. So generally, and 99% of the time, we work through it together. So part of our QA process is that they run the entire process, submit their number with their supporting documents, and we duplicate the process to see if we can get a duplicate amount. If there is an issue, if there's a discrepancy in the numbers, we'll generally sit down with the verifier and try to figure out who's wrong where. Maybe someone's missing a layer, or a layer was an old layer. That's 99% of the time. So we generally fix things within working with the verifier. Outside of that, if there is still a discrepancy and someone still doesn't agree, we do have it in our regulations that if there is a discrepancy between the program manager and the debit project, project proponent in general, the program manager's the final decision. However, I am more than willing to have people come to the council to present their concerns and to present our concerns. My staff and I are very by the book. Everything is documented, everything is noted. So if there is an issue, everything has been done by the book. I don't have any problems bringing it forth. If someone has an issue with that, it's probably outside of the purview of our policy.
Thank you, appreciate that. And I guess since we are under discussion, just so I can understand the motion. So, Sherm, the motion is to recognize that we will follow for lack of a better term, the Administrative Procedures Act?
Sherm Swanson, for the record. There's a handout in our packet, Sagebrush Ecosystem Program Verifier Decertification Process. That's what I was referring to.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess I do have some discussion on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess the concern I have with this, and I alluded to this when we were in session before, but I do think while this process is a good start, I think that that this is not. I don't think that this document is in shape that it should be, that it is ready to be adopted as a final process, and so I think that it would do well to have the input from verifiers specifically, to have some sort of a workshop where verifiers could give input as to whether what changes might need to be made, and we would have the benefit of that when considering it. I'm not sure I see the challenge in going through that process and then considering it at our next meeting, so that we make sure that we're doing this correctly, because this is going to be something that applies to certainly all verifiers, and I don't want to make policy for specific instances. This should be something that that can kind of withstand that. So I have concern about adopting the specific policy as it reads right now, and if this is the motion, I'll be voting against it.
If I may, Kathleen, still
Sure.
If it makes you feel better, we did email out the agenda and the decertification process to all our verifiers and invited them to attend and possibly give public comment to this meeting. So it was put forth to our verifiers. I don't remember how long ago we did that, about a month ago, maybe, for them, inviting them to attend and give constructive public comment to this meeting.
Okay. Other questions, comments?
Just clarification. Just clarification. Where does that leave our committee? Are we adopting this and there's no need for further work, or?
I'll address that separately if that's
Okay.
all right. That's not part of the motion, at least as I understand it. Yeah.
Well, kind of, but.
You have another concern, Steve?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Okay, we have, any other questions, comments? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Can I get hands, please? 1, 2, 3. Okay, all opposed? 2, 3. Okay. Matt, did you vote?
Aye.
Aye, so it's 4 to 3 passes. Okay. So with that, okay, the motion passes. With that, I think we still proceed forward with a committee that we discussed before to take a deeper dive into potential development of regulations, and we can address that at future meeting if we still, or is there an appetite for folks about a subcommittee? Mr. Boyce, are you still interested in doing that?
Yes.
And then I had Kyle on that also, as to develop this for going forward, to see if there's a need for administrative code, NACs, and what might be a better process going forward if necessary. Mr. Settlemeyer, you volunteered to be on that also. Anybody else wish to be on that? Okay, I'll use the chair's prerogative, if that's all right, to form that committee, and we'll have that going forward. And if you can report, probably in 2 meetings, at least initially, as to where you stand, that would be great. Everybody all right with that? Okay. Next. Anything else on that matter? Thank you, Kathleen. I know that was short and sweet. Review of action items and future agenda items discussed during this meeting and scheduling next SEC meeting. What are you looking at?
So Due to this and various other concerns that we've had, my staff and I are going through the user's guide and manual and adding clarification where clarification is needed so that there's no vagueness. Our policies are directly outlined so that there's nothing of concern in our manual and user's guide that anyone can misinterpret. We're working through that, and I would like to bring those forth to you all for your consideration and adoption. Hopefully by the next one, but specifically before January, because that's when we need the new version for verifier training.
Okay.
So we're hoping to get that to you by the next one of a overhaul of the user's guide and manual, a clarification. I don't know.
And it'd probably be good if we can get it by next one in case people do have changes or
Yeah.
want you to go back to the drawing board on something that, then we have hopefully another meeting before
That's the plan.
January. Okay, wonderful. Folks have matters they want brought on the agenda next, future meeting? James?
I know I'm not on that committee, but, or as a voting member, but I think of some discussion about the concept of, do we change the process within the quality assurance? You know, we do that one at the initially in the beginning. Maybe the question is, we let the verifiers do the work, and then at the end, the SEC does the QA, so that way it simplifies and speeds up the process time-wise, and maybe even have a discussion of when the trigger is the right trigger at the notice of intent, or is there a discussion about wanting to move that further back or further on? Not to be mean to my colleague to the left, is it wise of us to continue to use a federal definition or a federal time frame? Would it be better for us to think of our own? So that way, when potentially administrations change from time to time, that doesn't keep moving around. But that was just a thought.
Makes sense. Do you need more elaboration on that?
No, I understand
Okay.
what you're referring to.
Okay.
That is incorporated in our CCS updates, so that'll probably be a point to be brought forward.
Okay, thanks. Any other items? Future agenda? No. How about it? Oh, I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, just, again, John Raby, BLM for the record. And so as part of that agenda item that Director Settlemyer suggested, BLM would be happy to have a presentation on our National Environmental Policy Act and permitting process for folks to understand the work that goes in pre-NEPA, and then the requirements, again, when the official start happens under the Fiscal Responsibility Act and that sort of thing. So there's clarity on what our process actually entails. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, how about, when do we want to have our next meeting? Late September? What we're shooting for? Nothing immediately pressing in terms of timelines for comments or anything like that, so. But did you have any thoughts, Kathleen, on terms of?
Sorry, late September, early October.
Okay. Week of September 30th? Okay. So how about, trying to get my calendar straight here. Week before that. September 23rd. So that's, what's that, Thursday or Friday, Wednesday?
The 26th is that Thursday.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a conflict that week and a week prior, but I could have Megan present for me, not a problem.
We'd probably prefer that.
I would prefer it as well.
No, if you, I'm just joking. It's value to have you here. When do you want to be here? I mean, is it? Okay, all right, okay. All right, all right.
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, were you looking at the next meeting?
Yes.
Timeline? I do, this is Matthew Jeff, I do have a conflict that week through Wednesday.
Okay. How about Thursday, the 26th?
That would be fine.
Thursday, the 26th work? Yes. Yes?
Friday's tough.
26th work for,
I'll have representation.
okay. Lee, Bevan? Good, all right. Everybody else look okay on that? Well, if we end up having, we can always change it in the future, but we'll shoot for the 26th of September, Thursday. Here in Reno or Carson, I would imagine.
Yeah, the ledge has been good to us.
Okay, well, we appreciate it. Okay. Federal agency updates and comments, U.S. and Fish and Wildlife Service. Do we have somebody?
Hi, all.
There you are.
Sorry. A little slow on the unmuting. We don't have too many updates right now. Our good news that we do want to share is that we now have a field supervisor in place. Kristen Jewell officially started on Monday. And so she is coming in from the Bonneville Power Company up in the Pacific Northwest. So as she gets settled in, we'll be sure to have her meet this group, and kind of as going forward, we'll see where our kind of split of duties, whether it may remain Justin as the lead to sit on the council, but I'm definitely engaging Kristen Jewell going forward. So yeah, it's kind of to be determined down the road who will sit on the council, but we'll be sure to have her come introduce herself sometime soon.
Great.
That's it. No other updates.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. BLM, Mr. Raby.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a couple of items. The Sage Grouse Land Use Plan Amendment, the final EIS should be out in August, and the record of decision target date is December of this year, 2024. So just wanted to mention that. The solar programmatic environmental impact statement is on roughly the same trajectory. Final EIS out in August with a record of decision in December is what the target is. Wild Horse and Burro, we have the ongoing Blue Wing Complex outside of Winnemucca. We have a total target for removal of 1,400 animals. Currently, we're at about 1,200 removed. There is no fertility control involved in that, but we're getting close to wrapping that gather up. And then on the horizon, we're in negotiations with our headquarters office about the Triple B complex. We're trying to get that on the gather schedule for this fall. We need to negotiate on space and some other things, but I'm optimistic that we'll be able to get to the right place on Triple B. So that's on the Wild Horse and Burro front. And then last, as far as just a real quick snapshot of where we're at in our wildland fire response, as of the 30th, we've had 471 total fires. Of that, 314 have been human caused, about 67%, primarily roadside related issues, equipment, that sort of thing. So, about two-thirds have been human caused, and about 41, just under 42,000 acres burned. And our largest fire being the Stockade Canyon fire, which is at about 20,000 acres outside Winnemucca. So I think, again, just want to thank Nevada Division of Forestry and others. A lot of great partnerships, again, counties, state, on our suppression activities. Forest Service has been really a great, again, unified effort. And all things considered, knock on wood, we've been able to keep things pretty well between the lines so far. So that's been a good deal. So with that, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, John. USDA. No, U.S. Forest Service. Sheva.
Thanks. Sheva Gabor, U.S. Forest Service. For the record, I'll keep it short. To piggyback on John, we've had some smaller fires breaking out, but everything's been caught pretty quickly. So reiterate the appreciation for interagency response and cooperator response there. Nationally, we are in preparedness level 5, which means in areas that don't have a lot of fire, the resources are drawn down to support areas that do. And in areas like California that do have a lot of fire right now, in Oregon, they're in an emergency situation to address their incidents. So bottom line there is any word that you can spread about human-caused fire prevention is super helpful. Most of our Nevada fires have been lightning-caused, but the big ones that are burning in California, lots of those are human-caused. So anything we can do to prevent additions to that is fantastic. Keep your fingers crossed that we'll stay fortunate. Conditions are deteriorating even at higher elevations, so that's where we are right now. Good news on tools to prevent wildfire. Aerial herbicide, NEPA, and prescribed fire NEPA is, we have final environmental assessments and draft decisions due to be released on both of those. Aerial herbicide more certain for mid-August, probably around August 18th. And then the prescribed fire NEPA should follow in August. We're in the final clearance stages with that final environmental assessment and draft decision. Both the draft decisions will go for 45-day objection period for those who have standing to object. So we're in the home stretch. Happy to be able to report that after the long road to get through both of those. Let's see, we did add another $1.5 million, I believe, to agreements with Nevada Division of Forestry to do work on the ground to complement the $7 to $9 million already in those agreements. So the money keeps flowing for the time being, and we are trying to put it to good use, working with our state partners and other partners, and adding to our capacity there. To add to personnel news, our deputy forest supervisor, Prudence Crampton, started this week. We stole her from BLM. Thanks, John, for that. She's on board this week, and hopefully we'll introduce her to you soon. And then just a note regarding the sage-grouse plans, Forest Service, the status is it looks like we are going to update during our individual plan revisions. We will keep you posted. So there's likely going to be a period of time where there's some inconsistencies there with BLM that we'll have to navigate once their decision is signed. So I'll keep you posted if that changes, but right now that's what it looks like is forest by forest through plan revision. Last note, I neglected to add Fish and Wildlife Service and NRCS when I talked about shared stewardship earlier, especially with the private lands piece. They are both essential to that effort, and we appreciate that partnership. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheva. Questions at all for Sheva? All right, NRCS. Hey, Justin.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Chris Rose, standing in for Heidi Ramsey for NRCS. Just a quick look at our kind of financial figures for FY24. At this point, we had about $7.5 million in our EQIP program, with another $8.2 million under the Inflation Reduction Act. We got almost all of that spent. Looks like we're turning back maybe $2 million. So going forward into fiscal year 25, we're still looking for new customers. We still have a lot of money to spend and put on the ground. As far as looking forward to next year, especially with the Inflation Reduction Act, the EQIP program's projected to get another $9 to $10 million. And again, this is on top of our normal allocation. The Conservation Stewardship Program is going to get about $1.5 million more, which is twice what we got through IRA this year. The good news there is in this year, we actually obligated all our CSP money and actually had to ask for more. So we've done some training over the past couple years, gotten our staff up to speed, and so we're seeing a lot more customers buy into that program and actually use it. So that's a positive thing. There was some talk about easements earlier under our Agricultural Conservation Easement Program. It's going to start receiving IRA funding in fiscal year 25, and we're expected to get about $7.2 million added to our budget under that for conservation easements. In terms of sage grouse funding, this year, part of the money we had to turn back under EQIP was about $600,000 in sage grouse money because we didn't receive any applications. A lot of the reason for that was people that had applied in the past have reached their farm bill limit. And so until we get a new farm bill, those people weren't able to apply. Meeting with our program staff and Working Lands for Wildlife staff in September to talk about what we can do to reach out to new customers and get folks interested in applying for that money so we don't leave it on the table again next year. As far as agreements in the Fish and Wildlife Service, we just signed a $500,000 agreement with them. There's 3 objectives with that. One is to develop programmatic ESA Section 7 consultation with our conservation practices and specific species. So right now, we were just talking a lot about LCT during that development, but it could include sage grouse as well. But, example they gave was installing beaver dam analog structures in LCT streams. So we're looking specifically at how ESA fits in with conservation practices we're putting on the ground. We're also going to complete technical notes on LCT habitat use restriction dates, and then formal, informal consultation requests on our watershed programs and other farm bill programs. In terms of staffing, our agreements are helping us bring our offices up to capacity. I talked a little bit before about Pheasants Forever. We ended up hiring 3 of the 4 positions under the agreement with them. So we have PF biologists on the ground right now in Ely, Winnemucca, and Yerington. They're completing our conservation planner training and actually getting out and starting to do the work there. Aside from that, all our offices are staffed. We're missing a couple of district conservationists, but, well, I should say all of them are staffed except Caliente. And we advertised for the district conservationists there, but we didn't get any takers. So there is interest in kind of reinvigorating that office and actually bringing more service to that part of the state. A bunch of us are going to training for the Regional Conservation Partnership Program in August, and soon after that we'll have a meeting with NDOW to discuss maybe how we can bring that program to Nevada. It's been tried a couple times in the past, and kind of like CSP, once we get staff trained up and really understand how to implement it, I think we'll be better off and be able to look forward into the future. And then as far as fiscal year 25, looking forward to that. Big priority is going to be spending that IRA money. There's 2 fiscal years left where we're going to be receiving financial assistance dollars. That ends at the end of fiscal year 26. Second thing we're going to do is explore and expand opportunities to work on public lands. So that'll be working with the BLM and Forest Service about how we can bring NRCS money to the ground to do things like wildlife habitat work, fire restoration, and things like that. And then we're looking at improving locally led conservation through the stack, in improving that in our relationship with the conservation districts. But also, if there's anybody out there that is interested in information on NRCS programs or funding or initiatives, please reach out. We'd be happy to provide information, do presentations, or anything like that. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Any else from feds? Not seeing any. State, Office of the Governor. Anybody here? Oh, come on up. Thank you.
Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. Felt like morning a minute ago. My name's Chase McNamara. I'm the new policy advisor for the Governor's Office on Natural Resources. I'm a liaison for the agencies of the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Department of Wildlife, Division of Minerals, and the Nevada Department of Native American Affairs. By all means, I'm new to this position, so I'll be probably going to you guys mostly for resources on Sagebrush, everything natural resources related. Any updates from our office? We are continually checking in and monitoring on the solar EIS and sage grouse EIS comments periods. We're looking to coordinate with the cooperating agencies on our part to make sure we get that expediently done. Can I ask a question, Chair?
Absolutely.
Director Raby, do you mind repeating the dates you had for both of those EIS comment periods?
Yeah, so the comment periods, we've had those have closed, but we're looking at an August timeframe for the final environmental impact statements, and then probably December for the records of decision. And again, I think, given the discussion that's been happening with, again, being responsive to the comments we've received, I think it's safe to say August, if it slipped into September, wouldn't surprise me. But August right now is the official date that people are targeting, and so probably the latter part of August.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. Thank you,
welcome.
Director.
You're welcome.
And I'll be here after the meeting for anyone who needs my contact information from the governor's office. Thanks again.
Thanks for sitting through that, Mr. McNamara. We welcome you to, you're stuck in the web now. It is, draws all the fluids out of you. Mr. Settlemeyer, DCNR.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to keep it brief and just focus to the issues that pertain to this council. The conservation districts just met yesterday through State Conservation Commission to make some awards. As Jake is on that, he can give you a lot more details. But they did fully fund, or they funded all the ones that had programs. Eureka was kind enough to dial theirs back a little bit in order to let the other ones dial up. It's very kind of them to do that. So, but that great work will continue within the conservation districts. On behalf of NDF, looking at it as of yesterday, I haven't seen the most recent one. We've had 472 fires, accounting for 41,718 acres burned in the state of Nevada. By comparison, the Park Fire alone is 386,000 currently and growing. Unfortunately, we've been very diligent, not just NDF, but all of our partners, BLM and Forest Service, on getting on these small fires and making them go away before they turn big. And so we've been very fortunate in that respect. We've actually, through NDF, agreed to let people occur a little bit more comp time in order to try to be out there during what we consider more hazardous conditions, i.e., for some reason, a couple of weeks straight of 100-degree weather added to dry conditions and dry lightning storms was a decision to say, you know what, maybe just having you out there is a really good idea. But through that, I think we've been very fortunate, and due to the hard work of those individual staff members and being able to keep the number as low as it is, knocking on Formica, that we continue with that trend. If there's any specific questions, anything else, I'm more than willing to take those at this time, but in the interest of brevity, I'll shut up.
Also, apologies, I was remiss earlier to introduce our new team member. She's been here so long that I forgot this is her first council meeting. So I'd like to introduce Casey Adkins. She is our NDF representative on the team, and I'll let her introduce a little bit of herself and her background.
Thank you, Kathleen. So as she said, my name is Casey Adkins, and I am the Division of Forestry representative on the SET team, and I have had a great month and some change now at the position. Before this position, I was at the University of Nevada, Reno, working as a graduate research student on my PhD. And before that, I was doing my master's degree, so straight out of school, essentially, and it's been a pleasure so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey, and welcome. We appreciate you joining the team. Yes. Mr. Janae Endow.
Thank you. It's the benefit of going towards the end is that everybody else has hit a lot of the items. But much like everybody else, we're thankful that the fire season has not quite started. Again, knocking on wood. But other things going on coming out of the habitat into things. Mark Freeze left earlier, mostly because he's so far short-staffed. He's missing 3 staff biologists and 4 field biologists. I'm partly to blame. I stole 2 of his staffs. But they're actively working to fill those positions, and hopefully that'll be happening in the next month or so. From the game end of things, as far as sage grouse, Sean and Justin provided an update that LEC counts are up 20 to 25% over the lowest all-time low LEC attendance of 2 years ago. So that's good news. And then just very quickly, it looks like it's been a stellar year for production of all upland game species this year. So exactly. Even Sean Espinoza, who is a chronic naysayer of chukar production, is actually singing praise this year. So that's my report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Alan. Questions for Alan? Mr. Goycochea, Department of Ag.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Director Goycochea. Again, everybody's touched on most of this stuff. Mormon crickets and grasshoppers, though, nobody has, because that's my living hell. They're there still. So we are encouraging everyone to continue to report those online. I know it's late in the season on the Mormon crickets, but now is when we do still want to know if you're seeing them, because that's where they're going to lay their eggs. So that helps us prepare for next year or whenever they come up, because Jake has assured me we won't have them next year, so I'm going to hold him to that one. Along those lines, I did request a $1.5 million plus up for APHIS. We were successful in getting a manager's amendment through Agapropes for APHIS for that. We are asking that allow us to treat according to label. Not necessarily just one time if we have an infestation, but according to product label. We defined infestation in that manager's amendment as greater than 2 Mormon crickets per square meter or greater than 8 hoppers per square meter. So we were very liberal on that, and we did get that through. As I said, we'll see when the Senate takes that up, or I should say when it goes to conference. We have a little work to do there, but we are very hopeful we will get that done. On the grasshoppers, we're working on some new communication and reporting needs for those. We really want you guys to start reporting those before wing development so that we can do treatments a lot more effectively. So be looking for some more communication from us on the grasshopper side of things. We tend to really focus on the Mormon crickets because they're in the news a lot, but we know that the grasshoppers are actually more devastating to our rangelands and our crops. So be looking for that. We will be facilitating a post-Mormon cricket season meeting with state and local governments, probably several of them, as we continue to improve that program and how we work together. Native seed, the RFP is closed for contract grow-outs. We've got several really good applicants, and so the selections are forthcoming on that. Excuse me, we're working through there. Foundation seed fall applications will be out in August. Be looking for those. And then application again for additional federal funds for contract grow-outs and native seed transitions for growers. Shove a hit on the shared stewardship. We're continuing to implement those projects and pass that funding on for our projects. We continue enforcement on early detection and rapid response species as far as our noxious weed goes, and NDOT review and coordination on maintenance of right-of-way infestations. The last couple of years have been really good for weeds. And so we've actually had 2 growing seasons on some of our thistle in 1 year, and we have very well established let's just call them monocultures of thistle in some places. So we will be working with the Forest Service and Mr. Raby and seeing if we can't do some more aggressive treatments in those areas, because we are losing ground there. Specific to comments we have done, everything that Mr. Raby touches, we get to comment on. So thank you for making sure I'm not bored. Lahontan cutthroat grazing EA, solar, greater sage grouse, and then nobody mentioned horses, so I will. We also comment on the pancake herd management plan. So thank you again for keeping it light for me. We will hire a new deputy administrator for plant health and compliance next week. Will be official. I'm not going to release that name until it is official. And we have offered a position of administrator for administrative services, and that individual will start next week as well. So be looking for those notifications from us. It'll give you a reason to read what we put out in a report.
Thank you, JJ. Appreciate it. No other state agencies, not seeing any. Division of Minerals, do you want to, sure, just to get on the record? Prove you were here? Yeah, no? Okay. Thanks for sitting through it.
I would like to thank Rob and his crew for all the mapping and all the data they've continued to provide all of us as we comment on everything in the world of BLM. Great job. Couldn't do it without you. You're a great partner, and we appreciate you guys very much.
Mr. Chairman, I have a 5-second go back.
Absolutely.
Sheva Gabor, U.S. Forest Service. Thanks for mentioning horses, JJ, because I forgot to say we wanted to thank NDOW for financial support on the census flights. They've helped make that a reality working with BLM, so thank you for the funding for that. So there, good news on horses.
But I got to mention them first.
Okay, no others. Public comment. Anybody here would like to come on? Come on up, sir, please. Please state your name for the record.
Josh Vittori, for the record, with Nexus Environmental Consultants. Speaking today on lovely agenda item 10 that you guys spent so much time on. Specifically, I did want to reinforce what Kathleen said about making it clear to the verifiers the opportunity to speak today. I was actually a little disappointed there wasn't a better turnout, but perhaps they're online. My quick background is I have been lucky enough to be part of this program since its inception, including lucky enough to do one of the first transactions and possibly the bulk of some of the transactions. Not the biggest anymore, though. I think I heard of an obscenely sized one this year. But anyway, so since 2017, 3 or 4 projects a year, every single year, credit and debit, and also annual monitoring. So I do a tremendous amount of work within this program. Just for quick background, when I first learned of the decertification process via email several weeks ago or a couple of months ago, yes, I was absolutely concerned, in part because I didn't quite understand its clear definitions and how that could impact myself, my reputation, and our business, especially if, and I will state that this set team is very, very professional. They've always been very fair, and the predecessors have as well. But in different scenarios, if somebody had it out for a certain consultant or something like this, especially sometimes project proponents ask verifiers to represent them. I believe there was an agenda item taken off today of the agenda that was a good example of that, where sometimes we're asked to serve in a first-party role when in fact, as a verifier, we're more of a third-party role, where the proponent might pay the bill, but the set is really our technical client. So with that said, I did have some concerns, although I completely recognize the need and appreciate the need for such a process, especially for egregious violations or dishonesty. So with that said, the committee that was formed today, I really encourage you guys to consider very clearly defining what a violation would constitute, so that the verifiers thoroughly understand where those boundaries are. Also, if they choose to appeal something, whether or not they feel that they have grounds for appeal. And along those lines, I would like you to consider, and if there is an open public workshop or something in the future, I encourage you to consider an appeal process at every stage. If you keep what is roughly a 3 strikes and you're out approach now, I would encourage an appeal process even at the verbal warning and some sort of formal documentation there, so that it doesn't get to a suspension situation where we're then suspended and unable to do our job until the hearing occurs or the outcome of the hearing is finalized. So that was my feedback today. I really appreciate you guys giving this thorough review, and I'm sure you're going to come up with something. And I also don't envy you guys, so I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vittori. Thanks for sitting through the whole meeting. Okay, any other public comment here? Come on up, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Ian Dudley. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members, for hearing me out. For what it's worth, I've been a CCS verifier for the last 4 years, and I have a background in education with sage grouse throughout the Great Basin. The state plan that was discussed earlier uses an avoidance, a minimization, and a mitigation strategy, with the CCS being its primary mitigation process. And also presented earlier in this meeting, past rationalizations for excluding cap language in the state plan, or at least in part, has been if net gain of habitat was achieved, then it was deemed unnecessary to include. Now, my comment is not to advocate for inclusion of cap language. I bring this up to say that avoidance and mitigation are inherently not net gain processes. And the CCS is very rarely achieves a net gain through its process. It can happen through uplift of private and public lands, but its primary, in reality, in its applied state, is primarily offset through existing credit projects, which means offset new disturbance through existing habitat already on the ground. And yes, that can be uplifted. And that would only be new to CCS enrollment. So my ultimate comment is that if this past rationalization for around net gain is still a driver for decisions to not include certain language, whether it be cap language or otherwise, I think it would be important for the council and its associated agencies and individuals to seriously take to identifying, developing, and implementing mechanisms into the state plan that actually accomplish or pursue net gain as addressing that rationalization in a real way, so we can move forward rather than just stay static with a few net gain opportunities here and there that actually get trumped with brand new disturbance on the landscape and just get offset through existing habitat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dudley. Appreciate it. Any other public comment this time here? How about online? Anybody online want to give public comment?
To provide public comment, please press *9 now on your phone or raise hand in your Zoom window. Caller, you are unmuted on our end, and we begin.
Hey, this is Lee Turner. Couldn't attend the meeting today, and I'm a verifier. I know some of you. I worked for Alan for an awfully long time. And over the past several years, I've done a number of the CCS projects, several for Nexus, Josh just spoke. And, one thing I wanted to say with addressing the decertification is bringing rigor to the certification and the notion of licensing and a potential for decertification, I think strengthens at least the way I'm looking at the program. I mean, I've got an undergrad and a PhD in botany and 30 years of experience largely here in Nevada in the Great Basin. And the way I get work is my reputation. There are a lot of people that can identify plants, maybe not as well as I can. But it's my reputation that gets me work. And so, I think that I also sort of misunderstood, but now I think I have a more clear understanding. And I would also like to put it out there that if you need a verifier to participate in, some meetings or whatever, I'm happy to do that. And Kathleen and Sarah Hale and a whole bunch of people know how to find me. Anyway, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Anybody else online?
Chair, the public line is open. Oh, so sorry. Chair, the public line is open and working, but there are no more callers at this time.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sticking with us through the day. Okay. Anybody want to make a motion to adjourn? Kyle. Second from Willie. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Thanks, everyone.